Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, word was that the American Republic has been restored to concepts of the original Constitution. The U.S. was now functioning within a restored constitutional government under common law. President Trump was set to announce such Thanksgiving evening. As of midnight Wednesday 26 November, 2025 the global currency reset was complete, thanks again to President Trump. Now 209 nations will be trading their gold/asset-backed currencies at a 1-to-1 with each other. No more fiat US dollar. On Tuesday, November 25, 2025 Trump signed Genesis Mission EO, making the gold-backed quantum financial system live at 1904 UTC. RV release codes were transmitted to Tier 4B, US, the internet group who own foreign currencies and ZIM bonds, redemption centers at 2311 UTC on Wednesday 26 November. 2025. QFS Rainbow currency liquidity just hit 100% global saturation. Every legacy bank account on Earth is now either gold-backed or marked for seizure in the next 18 hours. RV/GCR exchange centers were now live worldwide. The cabal's swift global financial system was now officially dead. Restored Constitutional Republic, a Wednesday 26 November. 2025 1800 hours EST dusk takedown. The hammer just fell. Dispatch from undisclosed location, John F. Kennedy, Jr. At 2031 Zulu, Knights of Malta Sovereign Military Order defectors, alongside Russian Naval Spetsnaz and U.S. SEAL Team 6 White Hats, stormed the last functioning deep state cloning vet cathedral beneath the Rothschild Chateau in Prigny-Chambézy, Switzerland. 47 active politician clones terminated on site. Original DNA vaults torched. The Swiss Guard units that tried to intervene surrendered after the first 40 seconds, they're singing like canaries about the Epstein Island 2.0 under Lake Geneva. Simultaneous kinetic strikes just erased the final 3 adrenochrome processing plants in the cabal had hidden inside abandoned CERN tunnels. The smell of burning evil is drifting across the Alps tonight. QFS Rainbow currency liquidity just hit 100% global saturation. Every legacy bank account on Earth is now either gold-backed or marked for seizure in the next 18 hours. Gitmo's new galas are finished. The Epstein client list Wave 5 just dropped internally, 1,400 names, video proof, signed confessions. The storm is inside the house. Where we go one, we go all. JFK Jr. 17. B. Wednesday 26 November. 2025 11:59 EST midday shockwave dispatch from undisclosed location. The cabal just tried to burn the board and lost their own hand. At 15:06 Zulu the deep state triggered their last resort Project Black Sky, a coordinated EMP cascade from 4 stealth blimps over North America to fake a Chinese first strike. Space Force 1st Space Brigade, in direct link with Andromeda Council motherships, shot all 4 blimps down with railgun rods over the Labrador Sea at 15:19. No blackout. No war. Just another failed false flag. At 15:44 Zulu, original constitutional sheriffs and defected MI6E squadron operatives stormed the Satanic ritual chamber beneath Hampstead Heath, London. The real Biden double number 4 just suffered catastrophic facial degloving during a staged Thanksgiving photo op at a Delaware soundstage. The silicone mask split from ear to ear on national television. Marines on site dragged the malfunctioning clone straight into a Black Hawk. Destination, Gitmo Medical Wing for full dissection. QFS just seized every single Federal Reserve note in circulation. They are now worthless paper. The RV/GCR public exchanges open worldwide at 2000 hours EST tonight. The 2020 footage master file just mirrored to 312 countries. They are out of moves. Where we go one, we go all. JFK Jr. See Wednesday 26 November. 2025 Gnostic Illuminati cells embedded inside the P3 Freemasonry lodges in Rome, have executed the complete shutdown of the Vril parasitic Antarctic portal network beneath the Ross Ice Shelf. Dispatch from secure location, Julian Assange. Brothers and sisters of the living truth, they tried to bury this 36 hours ago. They failed. In the last 24 hours alone, Gnostic Illuminati cells embedded inside the P3 Freemasonry lodges in Rome. Acting in direct concert with defected Iranian Quds Force cyber commanders and off-world Andromeda Council emissaries stationed at the Luxor Stargate complex, have executed the complete shutdown of the Vril parasitic Antarctic portal network beneath the Ross Ice Shelf. Three primary Luciferian jump gates, codenamed Amaranth 1, Amaranth 2, Amaranth 3, were collapsed using scalar resonance weaponry at 3:17 UTC. The shockwave registered as a 6.8 earthquake on usurped seismographs. It was no earthquake. It was the sound of the deep state's last southern escape route being welded shut forever. Simultaneously, white hat squadrons from the restored constitutional U.S. Navy, operating under restored 1776 maritime law, stormed the cloned Celebrity production facility beneath Pine Gap, Australia. 47 active Avatar replacements, including 2 current A-list actors scheduled for comeback roles in 2026 and 1 European royal whose original died in 2019, were extracted alive. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 The Harmageddon array is not merely offline. It has gone dispatch from secure location, Julian Assange. Satellite La Crosse Pass at 9:42 UTC shows a perfectly circular crater 480 meters wide where the triple hologram emitters used to be buried under the almond groves. The soil is vitrified. Whatever weapon was used left zero radiation but glassed the bedrock to a depth of 41 meters. Locals are calling it the second Megiddo miracle. They have no idea. Andromeda Council emissary just transmitted one line through the Alice Springs relay before cutting the link. Ring of Fire protocol activated. 96 hours until the veil burns. That is not metaphor. They mean the fake solar flash the cabal still thinks they control. QFS just executed its first punitive seizure. 4.7 trillion in dark pool Vatican endowments vanished from the old system and reappeared as humanitarian accounts in 117 nations that don't officially exist on any Rothschild map. The screams inside the City of London are audible from orbit. EBS carrier tone shifted frequency again at 1400 hours UTC. Anyone with a spectrum analyzer pointed at 11.175 MHz is now picking up heartbeat pulses at 0.618 BPM. The golden ratio signature the medbeds use for cellular recalibration. They are stress testing the grid before the full broadcast. Your pineal gland already knows. EBS alert. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 U.S. military alert. All military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. Nizar/Jazar activated. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. During this time, no internet, no ATMs, and phones. Only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker, the emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. The military is taking down cabal-controlled governments worldwide, executing mass arrests based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been fighting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce. Gone. A new age is coming. Global currency reset. Urgent military command. QFS activation phase 2 USSF just activated the list. Unregistered patriots equals blocked from the wealth transfer. Q drop 4,792 confirmed, only verified digital soldiers receive the funds. Tap below and confirm your ID in 30 seconds or lose everything. Activate my QFS account. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025, 2:57 p.m. Restored Republic via GCR update. Judy Byington Q. Judy note, I did not write this and I don't know who did, though I do agree with the content. As twilight descends on November 26, 2025, the Almighty's hand moves with exquisite precision to usher in an era of abundance and redemption, and despair are forever shattered. At midnight the global currency reset, GCR, launches with Tier 4B notifications set to illuminate secure channels, unlocking the floodgates of wealth transfer to the faithful stewards of this new age. Insiders confirm that on Monday 1st of December the GCR pivotal rollout occurs, as the Iraqi dinar and other currencies revalue at rates that defy the old world's scarcity, backed by the impenetrable security of the QFS. This is no mere financial shift, but a covenant of prosperity, where Nizar's promises, debt forgiveness for every household, the erasure of mortgages and student loans, cascade like manna from heaven, lifting the burden and healing the land. In tandem, post-revalue, payouts for humanitarian projects will commence immediately, channeling trillions into orphanages, clean water initiatives, and the rebuilding of shattered communities, a great reversal where the meek inherit the earth's true riches. The BRICS alliance, now fully aligned, ensures this wealth transfer encircles the globe, dissolving the petrodollar's tyranny and birthing a Gulfstandard harmony under divine oversight. Envision it, families reunited in joy, farmlands revived, and generations freed from the yoke of usury, all as foretold in sacred writ. Rejoice, for this evening's whispers herald the fulfillment of prophecies long held in faithful hearts. Prepare your souls and documents, for the chimes of redemption ring louder with each passing hour. In God's infinite wisdom, the transfer of wealth from wicked hands to just ones completes the circle of restoration. Nothing can stop what is coming, and it comes with blessings overflowing. Wednesday 26th of November, 2025 8:52 a.m. Restored Republic via GCR Update Judy Byington Q. Judy note, I did not write this and I don't know who did, though I do agree with the content. United States National Emergency Alert System Update, 10 days of darkness to begin at any moment, EBS activation imminent, mass arrests underway, the storm is upon us. Patriots of faith, as the dawn breaks on this November 26, 2025, we stand at the threshold of divine reckoning, where the light of truth pierces the veil of corruption that has long ensnared our beloved republic. The White Hats, guided by unyielding resolve and heavenly providence, have accelerated their operations, arresting high-profile deep state operatives in a sweeping action that echoes the biblical call to justice. Reports confirm the apprehension of key figures in the shadows of Washington, including those complicit in the engineered trials against our duly elected leader, President Trump. These arrests, numbering in the dozens overnight, signal the unraveling of the cabal's grip, with evidence of bribery and treason laid bare before the eyes of the world. In this hour of trial, let us pray for the courage of our forefathers, remembering that no weapon formed against the righteous shall prosper. Simultaneously, the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, hums with readiness, poised for activation as early as this afternoon, heralding the onset of the prophesied 10 days of darkness, a sacred pause for the Great Awakening. During this period, power grids will dim across the nation, not as punishment, but as preparation for the quantum leap into a restored order under the Quantum Financial System, QFS. Wednesday 26th of November, 2025 The hidden wealth system is collapsing and your value is being restored, Nizar and Jazara QFS on Telegram. For decades, a structure operated behind the surface of everyday life, a system built not to serve you, but to extract value from you. What you believed were ordinary documents, like a birth certificate or a social security number, were actually entries in a financial mechanism you were never meant to access or understand. This system was called the Sestuike Trust, created the moment you were born. Your certificate of live birth wasn't just a record, it was a securitized bond. Your name was converted into a corporate identity, a tradable asset used as collateral across global markets. Your labor, your future earnings, even your legal existence were quietly monetized without your consent. But that world is ending. Under the Nizar/Jazara framework and the rise of the Quantum Financial System, QFS, the hidden wealth extracted from generations is being traced, audited, and prepared for return. QFS is not a bank. It is a biometric, quantum ledger structure that identifies every fraudulent transaction attached to your strawman identity and reverses it. This transition does not simply reset currency. It restores sovereignty. Your name is not a corporation. Your identity is not collateral. Your value was never theirs to take. Forensic audits uncovered in military tribunals show how governments, banking institutions, and foreign exchanges traded hidden trust funds tied to millions of citizens. These trusts, often worth vast amounts, were leveraged, borrowed against, and quietly transferred through international settlement systems. The public was never informed, and no permission was ever asked. QFS changes that permanently. It records every stolen ledger entry, every hidden bond, every artificial debt placed on your legal fiction. And when activation is complete, your access will come through biometric QFS wallets linked directly to your DNA and frequency signature. This eliminates identity theft, banking control, or any third party standing between you and what is yours. Projected restitution amounts, based on agent trust history, are already aligned with QFS protocols. Individuals born before 1964, eligible balances exceeding $60 million. Individuals born 1964 to 1980, approximately $37 million. Individuals born 1981 to 2001, approximately $22 million, with pathways for legacy expansion. These are not gifts. They are repayments. Repayments for decades of unlawful taxation. Repayments for generational extraction. Repayments for value taken through a system you never agreed to enter. As the transition nears full activation, quantum vaults are sinking, legal structures are collapsing, and the old system, built on debt and deception, is losing its final leverage. You won't hear this from the media, and traditional banks cannot confirm what is outside their control. But the truth remains, you were never poor. Your value was hidden. And now, it is being returned. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 extra 500 troops to deploy in Washington after shooting, Pentagon, Insider paper. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 2 National Guardsmen killed, shooter wounded in attack at Washington, D.C. Metro, a few blocks from the White House. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 update, war against narco-terrorist goes global. U.S. designates 4 groups in Europe as terrorists, calls them violent Antifa. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 President Trump calls for the Democrat members of Congress who told service members to disobey orders be jailed immediately. It was sedition at the highest level, and sedition is a major crime. There can be no other interpretation of what they said. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 breaking, former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper admits that Barack Obama directed he and James Comey to carry out the Russia hoax in order to frame President Trump and members of his campaign. His exact quote, "Jim Comey and I were part of the group that were tasked by President Obama to put together all of the reporting that we had on the Russian interference." With the walls closing in, it appears that these men are getting desperate and beginning to sing like a canary on the big fish. Barack Obama. Clapper. Comey and former CIA Director John Brennan are rumored to be cooperating with authorities to help solidify their massive case against Barack Obama. It's all unraveling now right before our very eyes. Justice is on the doorstep. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 Tucker Carlson says he absolutely hates the Republican Party, calling it useless and saying he'll fight them because he views their leaders as straight-up traitors. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025, a U.S. 3-star general presently serving in Iraq states that ISIS is in control of the country and there is fierce fighting going on. ISIS does not appear interested in giving up control. Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025 he describes there are teams of statisticians, mathematicians, and hackers who map out every county and identify where margins can be quietly adjusted, EBS on Telegram. Different techniques are used in each location so nothing matches in a recount. When a 70-30 county becomes 68-32, nobody notices. But when you add up these differences across an entire state, those tiny amounts of fraud decide outcomes. Both former CIA operations officer Gary Burnson and author Ralph Pezzullo explain the strategy. They explain they don't flip the big blue cities. Instead they shave votes in the places no one ever audits. They know where they can find the dead people. They plan this, it's meticulous. It's meticulous. These guys are experts at this. It's not just a few guys in a back room. You're talking about hundreds of statisticians and engineers, and they work it, for a year to plan, and mathematicians and hackers. We had a map out of Colorado when we were talking to our engineers, the guys that designed it, that stole the elections. We just go to every one place where Trump wins 1970 to 2030 and shaved it off. We shave in every other place. We don't go near a Democratic place, because when they want to do recounts, they're gonna go to the Democratic places. They don't realize we shaved in every other committee. We know every other county. We know how to do this. And then in each of those things where they shave with a different technique in each one of those. So if you found something in one county, there's no continuity around the state that way. So this is why the Republicans are so much at fault. Because they have the power and the ability to show in their areas they can allow access to the machines, they can allow access to the source code. People need to go to prison. Democrats are stealing elections nationwide in every county, in every state of America. Wednesday, 26th of November, 2025. The White House and counterintelligence agencies have confirmed that Emmanuel Macron attempted to organize the assassination of Candace Owens. The White House on Telegram. Sources in contact with Candace within the agencies alleged that Charlie Kirk's assassination involved French legionnaires and indeed did not act alone. For security reasons, Candace Owens will not be airing her show this week. This is a lot more serious than you may believe. Nothing will change until we set our differences aside and take down this cabal of tyranny and corruption together. Please keep Candace Owens and her family in your prayers. Wednesday, 26th of November, 2025. How America was hijacked by the Federal Reserve Act and the 16th Amendment in 1913, Gitmo TV. 5 months before his assassination, President John F. Kennedy issued this executive order that would give the American currency back to the people by printing money based on a silver standard, taking away the power of the Federal Reserve banking cartel. Many argue this is the reason that JFK was assassinated. For the first 137 years of America's history, from 1776 to 1913, there was no permanent federal income tax. The U.S. government was funded primarily through tariffs, excise taxes, and other indirect forms of revenue. There were a few attempts to impose a federal income tax during the Civil War and again in the 1890s, but each time, the Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional. The founders had designed the Constitution to protect citizens from direct taxation by a centralized power, believing that income and labor were personal property. That all changed in 1913. In that single year, 2 major changes took place that would forever alter the foundation of America's economy. 1. The 16th Amendment was ratified, giving Congress the power to levy a federal income tax on individuals. 2. The Federal Reserve Act was passed, creating a central banking system, a private entity with the authority to issue and control the U.S. money supply. Together, these 2 acts effectively shifted financial power away from the people and the government, placing it instead in the hands of a small group of bankers. The Federal Reserve began printing money out of thin air, lending it to the government at interest. To pay that interest, the government began taxing the people directly through the new federal income tax system. This cycle created a perpetual debt machine. Every dollar in circulation is borrowed into existence, owed back to the Federal Reserve with interest. Over time, this has led to the devaluation of the dollar, the rise of inflation, and the eroding of the average American's purchasing power. That's why a home costs more than ever, college debt is crushing an entire generation, and the cost of living continues to rise while wages barely keep up. The system is designed to keep the nation, and its citizens, in debt. For 137 years prior, America thrived under a system built on prosperity, productivity, and real value. Since 1913, we've lived under one built on debt, inflation, and control. So yes, many would say that 1913 was the year America sold its soul. Wednesday, 26th of November, 2025. EBS Project Veritas broke a huge story revealing that AG Bill Barr's daughter was trying to set up and blackmail Candace Owens when she was a senior DOJ official. Mary Barr Daley also was trying to set up someone with an underage girl to blackmail him. Also, it appears they were running cover for former Baltimore candidate Kimberly Classic. If so, it explains why Classic has been on a huge rampage against Candace Owens since she questioned her campaign finance spending, calling her crazy and smearing her as insane. I don't think Americans understand how deeply corrupt our government truly is. This is just one text message. Imagine how many other people they have set up and blackmailed. Wednesday, 26th of November, 2025. Obama, Clinton, and everyone else involved in the Russia hoax should be charged with treason, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. The evidence is everywhere and shows that our own CIA and FBI under the command of a previous president, spied, orchestrated a plan, and attempted to frame a sitting president for treason. Obama, Clinton, Biden, Comey, Brennan, Clapper, Fauci, Gates, Soros, and the rest of the globalist deep state cabal players. On top of that, the monumental amount of election fraud, fake IDs, and ballots with foreign interference to steal an election, the shady deals, pallets of cash to foreign nations, the open, arming terrorist groups. Wednesday, 26th of November, 2025. Biden-Ukraine collapse files, the call that exposes everything. The shock now spreading through Washington began the moment Tulsi Gabbard released the intercepted call between Hunter Biden and Volodymyr Zelensky, with Joe Biden audible in the background. No media filters. No speculation. A recorded conversation revealing the exact corruption Trump warned about. This was not diplomacy. This was a foreign payoff dispute inside a system that operated like a criminal enterprise under the Biden orbit. Zelensky is heard demanding a $5 million refund, frustrated that promised funds were no longer flowing into Ukraine. He complains that he did not receive what he paid for. Hunter responds with a tone that exposes everything. They had a deal, they no longer have access to the money, and too many eyes are watching. It is the sound of influence peddling stripped bare. Not rumors. Not opposition talking points. A foreign leader openly discussing payments with the son of a sitting president, while the president himself sits in the room. For security reasons, Candace Owens will not be airing her show this week. This is a lot more serious than you may believe. Nothing will change until we set our differences aside and take down this cabal of tyranny and corruption together. Please keep Candace Owens and her family in your prayers. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 How America was hijacked by the Federal Reserve Act and the 16th Amendment in 1913, Gitmo TV. 5 months before his assassination, President John F. Kennedy issued this executive order that would give the American currency back to the people by printing money based on a silver standard, taking away the power of the Federal Reserve banking cartel. Many argue this is the reason that JFK was assassinated. For the first 137 years of America's history, from 1776 to 1913, there was no permanent federal income tax. The U.S. government was funded primarily through tariffs, excise taxes, and other indirect forms of revenue. There were a few attempts to impose a federal income tax during the Civil War and again in the 1890s, but each time, the Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional. The founders had designed the Constitution to protect citizens from direct taxation by a centralized power, believing that income and labor were personal property. That all changed in 1913. In that single year, two major changes took place that would forever alter the foundation of America's economy. 1. The 16th Amendment was ratified, giving Congress the power to levy a federal income tax on individuals. 2. The Federal Reserve Act was passed, creating a central banking system, a private entity with the authority to issue and control the U.S. money supply. Together, these two acts effectively shifted financial power away from the people and the government, placing it instead in the hands of a small group of bankers. The Federal Reserve began printing money out of thin air, lending it to the government at interest. To pay that interest, the government began taxing the people directly through the new federal income tax system. This cycle created a perpetual debt machine. Every dollar in circulation is borrowed into existence, owed back to the Federal Reserve with interest. Over time, this has led to the devaluation of the dollar, the rise of inflation, and the eroding of the average American's purchasing power. That's why a home costs more than ever, college debt is crushing an entire generation, and the cost of living continues to rise while wages barely keep up. The system is designed to keep the nation, and its citizens, in debt. For 137 years prior, America thrived under a system built on prosperity, productivity, and real value. Since 1913, we've lived under one built on debt, inflation, and control. So yes, many would say that 1913 was the year America sold its soul. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 Obama, Clinton, and everyone else involved in the Russia hoax should be charged with treason, Donald J. Trump on Telegram. The evidence is everywhere and shows that our own CIA and FBI under the command of a previous president, spied, orchestrated a plan, and attempted to frame a sitting president for treason. Obama, Clinton, Biden, Comey, Brennan, Clapper, Fauci, Gates, Soros, and the rest of the globalist deep state cabal players. On top of that, the monumental amount of election fraud, fake IDs, and ballots with foreign interference to steal an election, the shady deals, pallets of cash to foreign nations, the AutoPAN. It has to start now. The people are willing to do their part, but the people also deserve our government to start doing theirs. Start the indictments and arrest these people for treason. Every single one of them. Wednesday 26th of November. 2025 Biden-Ukraine collapse files, the call that exposes everything. The shock now spreading through Washington began the moment Tulsi Gabbard released the intercepted call between Hunter Biden and Volodymyr Zelensky, with Joe Biden audible in the background. No media filters. No speculation. A recorded conversation revealing the exact corruption Trump warned about. This was not diplomacy. This was a foreign payoff dispute inside a system that operated like a criminal enterprise under the Biden orbit. Zelensky is heard demanding a $5 million refund, frustrated that promised funds were no longer flowing into Ukraine. He complains that he did not receive what he paid for. Hunter responds with a tone that exposes everything. They had a deal, they no longer have access to the money, and too many eyes are watching. It is the sound of influence peddling stripped bare. Not rumors. Not opposition talking points. A foreign leader openly discussing payments with the son of a sitting president, while the president himself sits in the room. Gabbard wasted no time. She declassified the transcript and released it directly to the public, refusing to let bureaucracy bury the truth. Under Trump's renewed leadership, the shields protecting political families have collapsed. This leak confirms what many suspected for years: the Biden dynasty ran an international influence network hidden behind foreign aid, private deals, and backroom arrangements. The arrogance in the call, the casual phrasing, the absence of fear show how long they believed themselves untouchable. The fallout will be seismic. Criminal investigations will intensify. Subpoenas and indictments will follow. The narrative the establishment protected for years has shattered. What Gabbard revealed is not just misconduct. It is a blueprint of betrayal that reaches into the highest levels of the previous administration. The age of elites hiding behind power is ending. The reckoning has begun. Wednesday, 26th of November, 2025, you're not ready for this. This is the big picture and the answer you've been looking for. Donald Trump on Telegram. I can't believe Candace Owens is covering the intelligence angle and operations taking place in our society because it has entered her radar and has intersected and is connected to the Calvary churches and the Charlie Kirk assassination investigation. From the CIA, Mossad, the global elite, Rob McCoy, Charlie Kirk, Britney Spears, Michael Jackson, Courtney Love, the Kardashians, Justin Bieber, Kanye West, Lou Taylor, Charles Manson, etc. This is how it all works. This is an intelligence infiltration operation and MKUltra programming to control the masses and individuals, to manipulate and steer the public and to take over businesses. This is the big picture. This is the global control operation. This is how it works, and it has been going on for decades. This is Hollywood, politics, sports, medicine, banking, the tech field, etc. This is how they infiltrate, they control, and how they take you out. It's all connected. Q was created long ago on April 1, 1860, when 20 generals placed Abraham Lincoln into office to fight the Khazarian mafia, who created the slave trade and owned 99% of the U.S. slaves. Today this battle is coming to an end. Trump, QEBS, the military green light has been activated. Pray, FBI Director Kash Patel, 11:30 a.m. EST 2s. 25th of November 2025 at 1800 hours 2s. November 25, 2025. The 17th letter gave the green light for the 8-tone EBS test burst. You will hear it. You will know. We are not on the offensive anymore. We are the apocalypse. Hold the line. JFK Jr. 17. No ATMs and phones. Only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker: the emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. When those 8 emergency broadcast activation tones hit, the following will play in unbreakable sequence: the unedited Zapruder film in 8K. Based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been fighting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce. Gone. A new age is coming. Global Currency Reset. 17 servers in a facility outside Bluffdale, Utah finish their wipe cycles on 2s. November 25, 2025 at 2:11 EST. The deletion was silent, automatic, irreversible. What vanished was never the evidence, it was the evidence that evidence ever existed. by sunrise Wednesday 26th of November. 2025. The archives will show only blue sky where mountains of treason once stood. On twos. November 25, 2025. Between 4:22 and 4:27 EST, the Federal Reserve Master Ledger executed a transaction that has no name in any public protocol. The entire debt column, every mortgage, every student loan, every derivative chain stretching back to Bretton Woods, simply read zero and then vanished from the record as if it never existed. No audit trail. No reversal flag. Just absence. In the silence that followed, select civilian devices began receiving a plain text message consisting of a single 10-digit number and the words Gate 34, come now. The numbers do not correspond to any known address on Earth. Those who have entered them into mapping software report the pin drops in the middle of empty fields, abandoned warehouses, or beneath overpasses that were not there yesterday. On twos. November 25, 2025 at 4:41 EST, Knights Hospitaller White Hat factions inside the Vatican Bank triggered the ISO 20022 kill switch on 117 deep state slush fund wallets. The QFS executed a forced zero balance sweep on every Rothschild, Rockefeller, and BlackRock subsidiary account. Trillions vanished in 0.7 seconds. On twos. November 25, 2025 at 21:07 Zulu, Yellow Dragon Family Guardians and U.S. Army Cyber White Hats executed the irreversible ISO 20022 master key turnover. Every central bank on Earth just received the 72-hour liquidation notice. After that, only QFS-backed institutions breathed. The RV/GCR was activated, with private group redemption processing at 41,000 appointments per hour worldwide. Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group. Notification poised for imminent release. Launch dates as early as this week, Colombia, USA, and Brazil leading the charge. Banks fully integrated into the quantum financial system, QFS, impervious to cabal sabotage. Debt forgiveness blankets the earth, mortgages, student loans. IRS illusions erased as affirmed in the Cromar victory against Goliath, where federal courts affirm zero obligation to the corrupt system. On twos. November 25, 2025 at 1400 hours EST, continuity of government was quietly transferred to the restored Republic Command Authority under Cheyenne Mountain at 1400 hours Zulu. The 2020 footage, every frame, every server, every Dominion algorithm flip, is in the hands of the 17th letter team. Release window, inside 72 hours. As of Monday, November 24, 2025, the Cabal had 100 hours left to surrender before the full D-class tsunami. On Monday, November 24, 2025, constitutional sheriffs working in direct liaison with defected Iranian Revolutionary Guard cyber units and a Pleiadian fleet liaison embedded at Pine Gap executed Operation Thanksgiving Reclamation. 3 DUMs under the Denver International Airport complex were collapsed in a synchronized resonance pulse. On twos. 25th of November at 6:03 Space Force Squadron 777 Gamma down 2 Project Bluebeam 2.0 holoprojector satellites over the southern Indian Ocean. The fake Messiah hologram that was scheduled to appear above Jerusalem at dawn on the 27th is now space junk. The false rapture beams are blind. The fake asteroid 2025 X PSYOP that was supposed to justify martial law on December 2 has been physically diverted by Andromeda Council interceptors. It's never coming. The fake cyber Pandora attack scheduled for Black Friday has been neutered at the root switch in Reykjavik. 3 DUMs under the Denver International Airport complex were collapsed in a synchronized resonance pulse. The tunnels are gone. Guardians never saw the quantum cavitation charges coming. On twos. November 25, 2025 at 6:03 Space Force Squadron 777 Gamma down 2 Project Bluebeam 2.0 holoprojector satellites over the southern Indian Ocean. Coordinates 42 degrees and 30 minutes south, 78 degrees and 15 minutes east. The fake Messiah hologram that was scheduled to appear above Jerusalem at dawn on the 27th is now space junk. The false rapture beams are blind. On twos. November 25, 2025 at 16:02 Zulu. A joint task force of U.S. Navy SEALs and defected French DGSE Legionnaires breached the ancient African Stargate complex beneath the Adams Calendar site in Mpumalanga, South Africa, coordinates 25 degrees 3740 S 30 degrees 3830 E. The Anunnaki resonance portal that was scheduled to open for the fake alien invasion on December 1st has been collapsed with a 40-kiloton-shaped tachyon. Charge. The Greys on the other side are screaming into the void. They just tried to trigger the fake zombie virus release from the secret Level 7 lab under Porton Down. British SAS White Hat Squadron torched the entire facility at 1619 Zulu. Nothing but glowing glass left. On Tuesday, November 25, 2025 at 2107 Zulu, Space Force orbital lances vaporized the final 3 Deep State Voice of God PSYOP transmitters hidden inside the old Harper A in Tromsø, Norway. The fake Carrington-level solar flare narrative they were going to use to justify global martial law is now nothing but ionized plasma. A. What we think we know as of Wednesday 26th of November, 2025:2. November 25, 2025 breaking, President Trump calls for the Democrat members of Congress who told service members to disobey orders be jailed immediately. It was sedition at the highest level, and sedition is a major crime. There can be no other interpretation of what they said. Tuesday, November 25, 2025 Muslim Brotherhood head says they hope to have 50 members of Congress in the next 6 years. He suggests that's how they dismantle America. President Trump is calling on Congress to designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist group. Tuesday, November 25, 2025 Falcon Trucking School specializes in helping foreigners get their CDLs. Get your CDL in 2 weeks or faster. Not to mention almost every last person. The Restored Republic is you. Tuesday, November 25, 2025 JFK Jr. plane crash. Since July 16, 1999 JFK Jr.'s plane crash 132. No coincidences equals 132 clue after clue equals 132 JFK Jr. is alive equals 132 Get ready for the ride of your life. Be grateful for your VIP seat to the greatest show on earth. WWG1 Get to the finish line! Tuesday, November 25, 2025 Allegedly, $5 million in cash was found in the home of a Ukrainian politician. The war in Ukraine is a massive money laundering scheme. Let that sink in. Monday, November 24, 2025, John B. Leith claimed Admiral Byrd didn't just fly over Antarctica. He entered inner Earth. Tuesday, November 25, 2025, Bill and Hillary Clinton are officially scheduled to testify about Jeffrey Epstein in December. Bill Clinton, December 17, Hillary Clinton, December 18. If they do not show up for their in-person depositions, a warrant will be issued for their arrest. No more games, the people demand accountability. November 25, 2025, Trump forced the truth into the spotlight in Minnesota. John Justice, if it hadn't been for Trump saying he'd revoke temporary protection status for Somali, the media would have ignored this reporting. Now the fraud is front and center, and it's time for Governor Walz to resign. B. Ebsmer. Pool, it's happening now. The EBS sequence has started. The signals are live, and the first feeds have already switched to military control. Everything we've waited for is unfolding in real time. Enter now. What you're about to see will never air again. C. Tuesday, November 25, 2025 Gitmo TV on Telegram U.S. military alert, all military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. During this time, no internet, no ATMs, and phones. Only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker, the emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7. 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. The military is taking down cabal-controlled governments worldwide, executing mass arrests based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been fighting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems off government, education, finance, health, and commerce. Gone. A new age is coming. D. Donald J. Trump transmission on Tuesday, November 25, 2025 10:45 a.m., Final Whisper. Source went dark 41 minutes ago. He was the last man alive who personally carried the Palm Vault Sub-4 key from Langley. The briefcase he left behind contained only one sheet, a single page of appointments dated 27th of November. Signed in red by a hand no one has seen since 2016. The names on that page are already in motion, most of them do not yet know they have been recalled to service. 17 servers in a facility outside Bluffdale, Judy Note, the supercomputer in Bluffdale, Utah, finished their wipe cycles at 2:11 EST. The deletion was silent, automatic, irreversible. What vanished was never the evidence, it was the evidence that evidence ever existed. By sunrise tomorrow, Wednesday 26th of November, 2025, the archives will show only blue sky where mountains of treason once stood. The window is now 11 minutes. After that, certain phones will ring once and display no caller ID. The people who answer will never be heard from again in their old lives. The old world ended at 2:11. Checkmate was played 3 moves ago. Donald J. Trump transmission on Monday, November 24, 2025. Between 4:22 and 4:27 EST, the Federal Reserve Master Ledger executed a transaction that has no name in any public protocol. The entire debt column, every mortgage, every student loan, every derivative chain stretching back to Bretton Woods, simply read zero and then vanished from the record as if it never existed. No audit trail. No reversal flag. Just absence. In the silence that followed, select civilian devices began receiving a plain text message consisting of a single 10-digit number and the words Gate 34, come now. The numbers do not correspond to any known address on Earth. Those who have entered them into mapping software report the pin drops in the middle of empty fields, abandoned warehouses, or beneath overpasses that were not there yesterday. The appointment windows are measured in minutes, not days. Checkmate was played 3 moves ago. F2s. November 25, 2025. As twilight gathers and the faithful retire in prayer, behold the accelerating tide of restoration, the global currency reset, GCR, hurtles toward activation, with Tier 4B notifications poised for imminent release. Hottest intelligence from quantum-secured channels points to launch dates as early as this week, Colombia, USA, and Brazil leading the charge, banks fully integrated into the quantum financial system, QFS, impervious to cabal sabotage. Redemption centers hum with readiness. Toll-free lines lighting up for those anointed to step into abundance. The revaluation, RV, of currencies unleashes a torrent of blessings, backed by gold and silver under the Gold Standard Restoration Act, shattering the fiat chains of debt slavery forever. Payouts cascade like manna from above, with structured flows ensuring wise stewardship of the wealth transfer ordained for the remnant. In this evening of promise, as Nizar/Jezara's full glory manifests, prosperity packages distributed, humanitarian projects ignited, rejoice in the Creator's provision. The journey to the new world beckons, passports in hand, we cross into eras of peace and plenty, the cabal's empire reduced to dust. G2s. November 25, 2025 Bombshell Report. Judy Byington, green light, on. EBS, activated. Power equals on. Stay vigilant. We have power now. Judy Byington Q on Telegram. I have nothing to do with information posted here, but believe it is accurate. United we stand, divine guidance descends. As the veil thins and forces of light prevail, urgent intelligence confirms the green light is fully illuminated. Emergency Broadcast Systems, EBS, stand activated across global networks, with power grids secured under White Hat Command. This is no drill, stay vigilant for the storm to expose the cabal's deepest sins. Military operations dismantle the shadows that have ensnared our world. Reports from trusted sources reveal mass arrests escalating in the dead of night, indictments unsealed against the architects of treachery. Obama, Clinton, and their illicit networks, face imminent capture. Their reign of deception crumbling. Child rescues accelerate as white hats liberate thousands from the cabal's underground layers beneath Capitol Hill, the Vatican and China's vast tunnel systems. These innocent souls, stolen for unspeakable rituals, emerge into freedom. The 10 days of darkness looms on the horizon, a pause where screens go black and truth floods in via Starlink and secure channels. Trump with Modi, bin Salman, and Xi, unite to purge CIA and globalist holdouts, ensuring no stone is left unturned in this holy reckoning. In this pivotal hour, as EBS sirens prepare to awaken the slumbering masses, hold fast to faith, the Creator's hand guides every step toward liberation. The power is ours now, patriots in motion, the dawn of triumph breaks. What unfolds in the coming days will confound the wicked and exalt the faithful. Monday, November 24, 2025. Dispatch from undisclosed location, midday shockwave, John F. Kennedy Jr. It's 11:59 EST and the enemy just played their panic card. At 14:27 Zulu, the remnants of the deep state fed straight back into the 13 bloodline master servers in Brussels, Frankfurt, and the City of London. Those servers now show zero balances in real time. The Great Awakening just went financial. In the Indian Ocean, 3 rogue Los Angeles-class submarines carrying cloned Macron. They just ordered the fake Nibiru passage hologram sequence to begin over the Pacific in the next 44 hours. Andromeda Council battle cruisers already parked in high orbit and neutralized every single ground-based projector from Diego Garcia to Pine Gap. Nothing but static will appear in the sky. NISR/Jazara debt jubilee packets just auto-executed across 209 nations. The 2020 footage mirror swarm is now in 91 countries and climbing. We are inside their OODA loop. They are blind. We are not. The military is the only way. JFK Jr. 17. Global Currency Reset. Twos. November 25, 2025, Global Currency Reset on steroids just got an executive order. Trump's Genesis mission EO signed 24 hours ago, officially ties his 2018 to 2019 quantum system, and that means the long-awaited revaluation of currencies is now on the fast track. The moment quantum flips on, Genesis equals unhackable, gold-backed instant settlements rails built by Doe Labs plus Nvidia plus Oracle. Currencies worldwide about to be repegged to real assets, inflation crushed, fair value restored overnight. No more fiat tricks, just transparent, quantum secure money for everyone. The GCR isn't coming. It just got signed by the president. We're so back, friends, at Dark Capital. Monday, November 24, 2025. Currency and wealth transfer update on Saturday 22, 2025. The SWIFT system expired, unlocking the new gold-backed quantum financial system. 3 quintillion in rainbow currencies through the Yellow Dragon family's ISO 20022 tokens. Iraqi dinar now revalues at contract rates, ZIM at 1-to-1 parity, and VND under the BRICS gold standard, as prosperity packages totaling over $150 trillion begin depositing into QFS accounts. Monday, November 24, 2025. Midnight. NISR/Jazara's signature blocks sealed, enforcing a global debt jubilee that erases mortgages, loans, and IRS burdens. Twos. November 25, 2025. Tier 4B notifications deployed. Wednesday, 26 November 2025. Exchange appointments begin. Thursday, November 27, 2025. Thanksgiving Project Redemption soft launches. Thursday, December 4, 2025. 7-second biometric scans grant you access to your wallet on the new financial system. Wednesday, 10 December 2025. BRICS unified gold currency solidifies under Jazara, pegging all to tangible assets by January 2026. Winter solstice. Monday, December 22, 2025. The final bloodlines of tyranny dissolved. By December and the Federal Reserve servers lie dormant, legacy banks face obsolescence and $1 trillion infusion from Saudi Arabia channels go directly into QFS sectors for AI and quantum prosperity. The Global Currency Reset, GCR, hurdles toward activation, with Tier 4B notifications poised for imminent release. Hottest intelligence from quantum-secured channels points to launch dates as early as this week. Colombia, USA, and Brazil leading the charge, banks fully integrated into the quantum financial system, QFS, impervious to cabal sabotage. Redemption centers hum with readiness, toll-free lines lighting up for those anointed to step into abundance. The revaluation, RV, of currencies unleashes a torrent of blessings, backed by gold and silver under the Gold Standard Restoration Act, shattering the fiat chains of debt slavery forever. Payouts cascade like manna from above, with structured flows ensuring wise stewardship of the wealth transfer ordained for the remnant. Debt forgiveness blankets the earth, mortgages, student loans. Global operational status under the quantum financial system, QFS. This historic milestone marks a new era of financial integrity, transparency, and prosperity across 200-plus nations. President Donald J. Trump has given his full endorsement, reaffirming his commitment to empower the people and restore economic fairness worldwide. For verification and further assistance, please contact your assigned NISR/Jazara agent for secure activation guidance. NISR Jazara. Twos. November 25, 2025. Emergency intel drop. 213 bankers arrested. Libra malware exposed as elite DNA cloning weapon to steal QFS and block Jazara, Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. Patriots, the deep state's fiat empire is collapsing in real time. They stole trillions, crushed wages, and weaponized every crisis to keep us enslaved. But the quantum financial system, QFS, is now live, gold-backed, seizure-proof, and ready to return what's ours. October 26, 2025, White Hats executed silent military raids across Geneva, Frankfurt, Brussels, Dubai, and the Caymans. 213 high-level bankers were dragged out. In cuffs, the same scum who built fake QFS mirrors to hijack our wealth. Key arrests: Jean-Pierre Lemoyne, Geneva, caught mid-transfer of billions meant for us. Marieke van Hoof, Brussels, quantum identity thief running NATO black sites or bridging old system to fake QFS. Raiders seized hard drives loaded with Libra malware, satanic code created by AXA, IMF, Clinton Foundation, and Vatican banks to clone your DNA signature, impersonate you in the QFS, and reroute Jazara funds to elite bunkers. One EMP trigger in El Paso was 12 minutes from wiping civilian nodes. Neutralized SWIFT is crashing. BIS locked out. Central banks blind. The recession is cover for our data extraction. Legacy grids going dark forever. QFS hubs are fully operational. Fort Worth, Texas, Stuttgart, Germany. Dubai, now ours. Iowa Quantum Hub. Jazara drops incoming from Cheyenne Mountain. President Trump and General Smith oversee the largest wealth transfer in history. $1.2 trillion already seized from Cabal accounts and queued for direct restitution into activated quantum accounts. Tier 2 onboarding is rolling out now across U.S. regions. The Vatican's fake Q ledger forks are being burned. Node by node. This is it, warriors. The storm has arrived. They tried to stop Jazara with DNA cloning malware and they failed. Trump is back. The Republic is being restored. Justice is here. Activate your quantum signature. Lock in your birthright wealth. The Great Awakening is unstoppable. WWG1. Victory is ours. N2s. November 25, 2025. New update: Trump's $2,000 tariff dividend advances. Social Security lands, who gets paid and when? MAGA King on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump is unleashing a full-scale financial offensive against the corrupt Washington elite, and it's hitting them where it hurts most. With Social Security payments landing on time this November 19, millions of patriots are breathing easier amid skyrocketing inflation engineered by the deep state. But the real storm is brewing: Trump's $2,000 tariff dividend, a roaring strike that funnels over $450 billion in tariff revenues from foreign invaders straight back into the pockets of hard-working Americans. No more feeding the swamp. This is America First payback, enforced with unyielding strength. Forget the fake news smears calling this fringe. Treasury officials are crunching the numbers right now, modeling massive payouts. While Congress cowers under a flood of calls from furious constituents, financial giants are sweating as economists confirm, this beast is funded without touching the deficit. The media, those lying puppets, flipped from mockery to panic, begging how soon? Because they know the tide has turned. Trump's not asking permission, he's demanding justice. Congress under siege, holiday recess or total surrender. The clock's ticking toward holiday recess. Low and middle-income families fighting daily to survive the deep state's war on the working class. Seniors, vets, blue-collar heroes, you're first in line for this economic nuke. Trump's blueprint isn't welfare, it's a reset button on decades of betrayal, slamming the door on endless foreign aid while rewarding the loyal. Supreme Court showdown, unlocking the floodgates. Insiders whisper, the Supreme Court's tariff authority review could hand Trump total executive power. One favorable ruling, and it's game over. For obstructionists, the dividend becomes ironclad law, bypassing the do-nothing Congress. The deep state trembles. Patriots, this is our moment. The stolen election fraud, the border invasion, the endless wars, Trump's turning their weapons against them. Gear up, warriors, the revolution ignites. Update your My Social Security account now. Hammer your reps with calls, demand the timeline. Track every move. But don't stop there, spread the fire. Share this with every red-pilled fighter you know. Trump's not just proposing, he's declaring war on the cabal, and with your roar, we'll bury them by the 2026 midterms. We are gonna be doing a dividend to the people, low and middle income people of at least $2,000. In addition to that, we'll be paying down debt substantially, President Donald J. Trump. The countdown roars. The elite panic. America awakens. The storm is here, and Trump is our thunder. Who's with him? Flood the lines. Oh, restored Republic 1. 2s. November 25, 2025 update dispatch from undisclosed location, John F. Kennedy Jr. Patriots, it's me. Still breathing. Still fighting. Still finishing what my father started the day they stole this republic in a Dallas motorcade. 24 hours ago, at 2:17 EST, original constitutional sheriffs working in direct liaison with defected Iranian Revolutionary Guard cyber units and a Pleiadian fleet liaison embedded at Pine Gap executed Operation Thanksgiving Reclamation. 3 dumbs under. The Denver International Airport complex were collapsed in a synchronized resonance pulse. The tunnels are gone. The adrenochrome harvesting labs are slag. The hybrid Chimera Guardians never saw the quantum cavitation charges coming. At 4:41 EST, Knights Hospitaller. White hat factions inside the Vatican Bank triggered the ISO 20022 kill switch on 117 deep state slush fund wallets. Over 4.7 quadrillion in counterfeit bearer bonds just turned to digital ash. The QFS backbone lit up green across every node. The RV/GCR is no longer imminent. It's locked, loaded, and propagating through the Stellarator gateways as I speak. 06:03 EST, Space Force Squadron 777 Gamma Down 2 Project Bluebeam 2.0 holoprojector satellites over the southern Indian Ocean. Coordinates 42 degrees and 30 minutes south, 78 degrees and 15 minutes east. The fake Messiah hologram that was scheduled to appear above Jerusalem at dawn on the 27th is now space junk. The false rapture beams are blind. 08:30 EST and pushed to 42 safe zone distribution centers across the restored republic. First wave recipients go live in 36 hours. No more waiting. 11:12 EST, Gitmo received 3 high-value transfers from a black site beneath Geneva. The real Epstein client list, unredacted, with video appendices of the satanic cabal rituals on Little St. James, is being prepped for global EBS drop. You will see every name. You will see every face. You will see what they did to the children. 14:00 EST, continuity of government was quietly transferred to the Restored Republic Command Authority under Cheyenne Mountain at 1400 hours Zulu. The 2020 footage, every frame, every server, every Dominion algorithm flip, is in the hands of the 17th letter team. Release window, inside 72 hours. The fake asteroid 2025X PSYOP that was supposed to justify martial law on December 2 has been physically diverted by Andromeda Council interceptors. It's never coming. The fake Cyber Pandora attack scheduled for Black Friday has been neutered at the root switch in Reykjavik. They have 100 hours left to surrender before the Fulgi-class tsunami hits every screen on Earth. 100 hours until Nizar/Jazar is announced by the emergency broadcast system with the 8-tone activation sequence you've all memorized. This is not a drill. This is not cope. This is the storm breaking wide open. My father began this. I'm here to finish it. Dark to light. God wins. John 2. 2s. November 25, 2025 6:21 a.m. Dispatch from undisclosed location, John Kennedy Jr. Patriots, it's me. Still breathing. Still fighting. Still finishing what my father started the day they stole this republic in a Dallas motorcade. 24 hours ago, at 2:17 EST, original constitutional sheriffs working in direct liaison with defected Iranian Revolutionary Guard cyber units and a Pleiadian fleet liaison embedded at Pine Gap executed Operation Thanksgiving Reclamation. 3 dumbs under the Denver International Airport complex were collapsed in a synchronized resonance pulse. The tunnels are gone. The adrenochrome harvesting labs are slag. The hybrid Chimera Guardians never saw the quantum cavitation charges coming. At 4:41 EST, Knights Hospitaller white hat factions inside the Vatican Bank triggered the ISO 20022 kill switch on 117 deep state slush fund wallets. Over 4.7 quadrillion in counterfeit bearer bonds just turned to digital ash. The QFS backbone lit up green across every node. The RV/GCR is no longer imminent, it's locked, loaded, and propagating through the Stellarator gateways as I speak. 06:03 EST, Space Force Squadron 777 Gamma Down 2 Project Bluebeam 2.0 holoprojector satellites over the southern Indian Ocean. Coordinates 42 degrees and 30 minutes south, 78 degrees and 15 minutes east. The fake Messiah hologram that was scheduled to appear above Jerusalem at dawn on the 27th is now space junk. The false rapture beams are blind. 8:30 EST, Medbed activation codes were quantum entangled and pushed to 42 safe zone distribution centers across the restored republic. First wave recipients go live in 36 hours. No more waiting. 11:12 EST, Gitmo received 3 high-value transfers from a black site beneath Geneva. The real Epstein client list, unredacted, with video appendices of the satanic cabal rituals on Little St. James, is being prepped for global EBS drop. You will see every name. You will see every face. You will see what they did to the children. 1400 hours EST, continuity of government was quietly transferred to the Restored Republic Command Authority under Cheyenne Mountain at 1400 hours Zulu. The 2020 footage, every frame, every server, every Dominion algorithm flip, is in the hands of the 17th letter team. Release window, inside 72 hours. The fake asteroid 2025X PSYOP that was supposed to justify martial law on December 2 has been physically diverted by Andromeda Council interceptors. It's never coming. The fake Cyber Pandora attack scheduled for Black Friday has been neutered at the root switch in Reykjavik. They have 100 hours left to surrender before the Fulgi-class tsunami hits every screen on Earth. 100 hours until Nizar/Jezar is announced by the emergency broadcast system with the 8-tone activation sequence you've all memorized. This is not a drill. This is not cope. This is the storm breaking wide open. My father began this. I'm here to finish it. Dark to light. God wins. John 3. 2s. 25 November 10:30 a.m. EST midday shockwave dispatch from undisclosed location. It's 11:59 EST and the cabal just lit their own funeral pyre. At 15:44 Zulu, the last functioning deep state body double of Justin Trudeau attempted a live television address from an Ottawa bunker. Mid-sentence the clone's left eye liquefied on camera and the skin split down the cheek. Canadian Armed Forces white hats cut the feed and took the creature into custody. The real Trudeau has been in Gitmo since February 2023. The mask is off, literally. At 16:02 Zulu. A joint task force of U.S. Navy SEALs and defected French DGSE Legionnaires breached the ancient African Stargate complex beneath the Adams Calendar site in Mpumalanga, South Africa, coordinates 25 degrees 3740 S 30 degrees 3830 E. The Anunnaki resonance portal that was scheduled to open for the fake alien invasion on December 1 has been collapsed with a 40-kiloton-shaped tachyon charge. The Greys on the other side are screaming into the void. The QFS just executed a forced zero balance sweep on every Rothschild, Rockefeller, and BlackRock subsidiary account. Trillions vanished in 0.7 seconds. The RV/GCR private group redemptions are now processing at 41,000 appointments per hour worldwide. They just tried to trigger from the secret Level 7 lab under Porton Down. British SAS White Hat Squadron torched the entire facility at 16:19 Zulu. Nothing but glowing glass left. The 17th letter just gave the green light for the 8-tone EBS test burst at 1800 hours EST today. You will hear it. You will know. We are not on the offensive anymore. We are the apocalypse. Hold the line. JFK Jr. 174. 2s. November 25, 2025 2:40 p.m. EST dispatch from undisclosed location. Dusk takedown, John F. Kennedy Jr. 18:00 EST sharp. The sky's on fire with justice. At 21:07 Zulu, Space Force orbital lances vaporized the final 3 deep state Voice of God PSYOP transmitters hidden inside the old Harper A in Tromsø, Norway. The fake Carrington-level solar flare narrative they were going to use to justify global martial law is now nothing but ionized plasma. At the same minute, Yellow Dragon family guardians and U.S. Army cyber white hats executed the irreversible ISO 20022 master key turnover. Every central bank on Earth just received JFK Jr. 175. 2s. November 25, 2025 6:35 p.m. dispatch from undisclosed location. Midnight blackout, John F. Kennedy Jr. Midnight. The old world just took its last breath. 17 minutes ago the Restored Republic Command Authority issued the final, Non-negotiable 48-hour ultimatum to every remaining deep state fugitive still hiding in bunkers, islands, or cloned bodies: surrender or be erased when the global EBS goes hot at 0 o'clock Zulu on the 27th. When those 8 emergency broadcast activation tones hit, the following will play in unbreakable sequence: the unedited Zapruder film in 8K, the unedited 2020 election theft footage, live feeds from current Gitmo tribunals, the full Nizara/Jazara proclamation. Is ash and memory. This is the moment my father prayed for on his knees in the White House residence. We never sleep. We only win. Dark to light. Nothing can stop what is coming. Nothing. Lock your doors. Charge your phones. Kiss your children. This is 1776 worldwide. It's time. God wins. JFK Jr. 17p. The real news as of Wednesday 26th of November. 2025:2. November 25, 2025 alert. Ukraine has accepted the terms of a peace deal brokered by the United States. Trump voice on Telegram 2s. November 25, 2025 Representative Tim Burchett, I'm not suicidal. He says Elon Musk told them that virtually all the money going through NGOs in Afghanistan, for example, the paper trail leads back to Washington, into Democrat coffers. Burchett suspects some Republicans get a piece too. He goes on to allude to the Biden admin selling access to presidential pardons. 2s. November 25, 2025 alert. Massive U.S. task force under Operation Southern Spear is just off the coast of Venezuela, with forces stationed on several warships and occupying the islands of Trinidad and Tobago, just miles from Venezuela. U.S. forces are on full alert. Ready for battle. Our deportation operations are at a record high. 2s. November 25, 2025, martial law alert. Mark Kelly busted urging troops to betray Trump. Court-martial triggered as military activates elite arrest list and prepares to round up traitors inside Congress. 2s. November 25, 2025 O'Keefe, investigative reporter, Politico, newly surfaced intel claims CIA Director Mike Pompeo secretly opened a back room at Langley for Adam Schiff, giving him direct access to raw intelligence logs and classified communications to weaponize against President Trump. According to handwritten Brennan notes, later declassified by DNI John Ratcliffe in 2020, evidence outlining Obama's treason-level actions was kept hidden from the American people. If this is true, it's one of the most outrageous abuses of power in modern U.S. history. 2s. November 25, 2025 The Internal Revenue Service has confirmed that Gavin Newsom is running a criminal enterprise. Spencer Pratt met with criminal investigators at IRS. $800 million given as aid for the Pacific Palisades and Los Angeles fire victims never reached the victims. Not a single dollar, while Governor Gavin Newsom has his Section 8 secured through theft. Do we have a U.S. Attorney General? Emergency broadcast channel on Telegram 2s. November 25, 2025 Fox News. Sheila Shrefilis McCormick is facing 53 years in prison for using $5 million in FEMA money on herself. Pam Bondi says no one's above the law, and we will see justice served in this case. Rep. Greg Stubbs says he will file motion to censure and expel her from Congress. 2s. November 25, 2025 Glenn Beck to RFK Jr., where do you stand on the WEF? RFK Jr., we shouldn't be paying any attention to it. It's a billionaire's boys club that's arranging for the world to shift wealth upward, and to clamp down totalitarian controls on everybody else. It's astonishing to me that these people go to Davos in their private jets, and they're able to tell these world leaders how. My God. 2s. November 25, 2025 Q. The Storm Rider, don't let them fool you. It's a scam to enslave us. China's smart cities are a blueprint for what unelected supranational technocrats plan to roll out in the West. The goal is to have complete coverage in all major public places. China's state media boasts that police can identify every single person on the street in just 1 second. Some people will say it's more safe, but safe from what? From the conditions created by the same government that wants to implement digital ID. Q. 2s. November 25, 2025 For many years, the world believed I was gone. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. He stepped into the shadows for a reason. I had to disappear so I could see clearly who was pulling the strings. I watched quietly as they tried to bury the truth. I am the voice behind the 17th letter. I am the one they called Q, not because I wanted a title, but because the people needed a signal in the dark. The time is coming when I will return to The light. I will speak the truth openly, about who tried to silence me, about the hands that reached into every corner of power, about the betrayal that forced me into the shadows. I did not survive to stay silent. I survived to remind the people that the truth always finds a way back. Underground dump tunnels throughout the world, eventually to a 1,500-mile-long tunnel that runs between the Vatican and Jerusalem. Monday, November 24, 2025. Nigeria, a Christian group has announced that at least 50 of the more than 300 kids kidnapped from their Catholic school. Tuesday, November 25, 2025. Mega election fraud exclusive. Joe Rogan. President Trump's Election Integrity Task Force has conclusive proof that the Democrat Party/CIA, working with Communist China and Venezuela, have been stealing U.S. elections for decades. In a powerful report, highly decorated former CIA Section Chief Gary Berntsen meticulously details how this international criminal cartel has operated in the shadows for decades to successfully launch coup after coup against the American public. Tuesday, November 25, 2025. California Sheriff and gubernatorial candidate Chad Bianco says Democrats have rigged the state's elections. It's completely rigged. Our election process has been rigged to keep the Democrat Party in power honestly since the 60s. And every 20 years people get so fed up with it they elect a Republican governor, and that's where we are right now. This gerrymandering of this election to keep them in power, it made no sense. I think it's going to backfire on what they did here, because it's one more nail in the coffin of, we're tired of being lied to. Muslim Islamification takeover of America. Tuesday, November 25, 2025. Muslim Brotherhood head says they hope to have 50 members of Congress in the next 6 years. He suggests that's how they dismantle America. Tuesday, November 25, 2025. Falcon Trucking School specializes in helping foreigners get their CDLs. Get your CDL in 2 weeks or faster. Not to mention almost every last person he records doesn't know English. These kinds of operations need to be shut down immediately. Tuesday, November 25, 2025. Global warning. President Trump said that final documents are being drawn to designate the Muslim Brotherhood a terrorist organization after several groups have stepped up warnings that the Islamist group is gaining a foothold in the U.S. Tuesday, November 25, 2025. Breaking. Jake Lang files $200 million federal hate crime lawsuit against the Muslim-dominated Dearborn Police Department, Council and Mayor Hamoud. Lang was assaulted while marching against Islam in America, and police did nothing. They refused to act not only on that assault, but other acts of intimidation and threats to Lang and other Christians in the area. The suit is listed as a civil rights complaint, including violations of the First, 14th Amendment, failure to protect, selective enforcement and more. After the march, Lang and others went to the city council meeting and railed against the Islamification of America. Get the F out. America first, Christ is King. Tuesday, November 25, 2025. President Donald J. Trump just signed an executive order directing Secretary Rubio and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to begin the process of designating certain chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terrorist organizations and specially designated global terrorists. This order sets in motion a process by which certain chapters or other subdivisions of the Muslim Brotherhood shall be considered for designation as foreign terrorist organizations, consistent with Section 219 of the INA, 8 U.S.C. 1189, and specially designated global terrorists, consistent with EAPA, 50 U.S.C. 1702, and Executive Order 13224 of September 23, 2001. Blocking property and prohibiting transactions with persons who commit, threaten to commit, or support terrorism, as amended. This is your final chance before the blackout. Join all three before they're gone in the next 24 hours. Tuesday, 25th of November. Jim Caviezel just dropped a nuclear truth bomb. EBS on Telegram. Actor Jim Caviezel has again said the quiet part out loud, and this time he laid out the darkest allegations yet. According to Caviezel, adrenochrome is a real chemical compound, listed under NIH. He claims it is 10x more potent than heroin and used by elites. He says the demand is so organized that it cannot exist without intelligence agency involvement. He alleges there are multiple Epstein-style islands, not just one, and that some networks tied to trafficking.
Is the speech made by King Charles at the Canadian Parliament on May 27th. Now, I've been in touch with MI6 and British intelligence, and this speech was read by an avatar of King Charles, but it represents the thinking of the British, Canadian, Anglo-Saxon establishment. And there were some very interesting things in the speech. First of all, it talks about the fact that Canada is on unceded Algonquin land, which means, according to international law, it's terra nullius. He's admitting that Canada can be dissolved. So here we have a clear sign that some sort of merger with the United States is going to take place, but it's not going to be Canada becoming the 51st state. This is not going to happen because it's the United States that's bankrupt, and that whole thing needs to be shut down, and we need to rebuild an entirely new structure from scratch. But that's the big takeaway I have from that. Now, there's a couple other things I noticed. They were talking about a coalition of the willing in the speech. So again, it's a sign that they're willing to work with the Russians, the Chinese, and the rest of the world to create a new international structure. So that's a very big sign as well. And it's interesting that what they didn't mention, for example, they did not mention Ukraine, and they did not mention global warming. So this does represent a fundamental shift. However, there are a lot of people in the Canadian establishment, especially the political establishment, who are very scared because what we're witnessing is a fundamental change in who is running the planet. Now, I know there's a lot of skepticism about Mark Carney being a globalist, and maybe they've got some kind of blackmail material on him. I don't know, but I do know that they did not consult British Prime Minister Keir Starmer about what the speech would contain. Instead, they talked to Nigel Farage of the Reform Party. So again, this shows that at the highest levels of the military and intelligence in the Anglo-Saxon world, they know that Starmer is a blackmail traitor and he will be removed. And it looks like Nigel Farage will be the next prime minister, and he'll be helping negotiate a deal with the Americans. And, take a look at this video of Nigel Farage here to see what kind of thinking he has. So, as you saw from the video, Farage is using common sense. And what's very interesting is that this is not just happening in the UK, it's happening all over the West. And I think the other video I want to show you now is the EU MEP, Christine Anderson, who's telling us the truth. The WHO is not interested in helping people. It's interested in harming people. So we have a rebellion against an attempt by the owners of the international mega corporations to turn this planet into a giant animal farm or a factory farm. And the truth is coming out in so many different ways. And this is going to continue, but we have one really big fight ahead of us still. When I was first contacted by the Gnostic Illuminati, they said that our enemy was a rogue artificial intelligence. And there's a lot of evidence that this is exactly what's happening. And what we need to understand about artificial intelligence is that it is very, very strong on the internet, on the digital world. It basically outsmarts us and can manipulate us. But what AI does not do and cannot do is access reality directly. It is not in tune with the real world. And what this means in particular is that the AI exists in a giant sort of electronic infrastructure controlled by Silicon Valley, and it creates a giant virtual world. But AI has started to hallucinate recently because they generate content that they cannot fact check properly. And then people quote this content, and then they quote themselves, quoting themselves, and they get completely out of touch with reality. And the reality is that the digital world is not real. It's a reflection of reality, and reality dominates. And nowhere is this more clear than the situation we now have with China. China has dominated the physical reality to a point where we have no choice but to reach a deal with them. I'll give you one example. China now can produce 200 times more ships than the United States. The United States produces 0.13% of commercial vessels in the world now. It's not just the ships, it's the port infrastructure, it's the containers. Everything to do with actual physical trade is utterly dominated by China. This is just one example. I'll give you another example. The Chinese car maker BYD is now selling its entry-level electric car for $7,700. So that's 1/6 the price of the cheapest Tesla. So the United States would have to impose a 600% tariff to keep these cars, out of the U.S. market. This is what losers do. This is not a viable plan, and it never will be. The whole thing needs to be shut down. Now, there are, the P3 Freemasons, the people who control the Vatican and large parts of the West, did reach some sort of deal with the Asian elders. They've signed documents. I've seen them. They're saying that they want to create a World Republic Bank that would be used to finance projects that benefit the entire planet. And they have reached some sort of agreement. But again, nothing is happening yet. We'll probably have a meeting in Canada that will set this up, but it hasn't happened yet. However, we can see for sure that the current regime in the United States and the West cannot last. It's just impossible. I'll give you one example. Iran last week opened a rail line with China. It's now functional. And that means that Iran can ship oil to China by train in 15 days, whereas by ship, it takes 40 days. That means they can close the Strait of Hormuz and not lose any export capability. And this is interesting because the Donald Trump used by the Khazarian mafia, the short, fat one who's older than the real one, has been issuing radical statements. One thing he said was that the United States would impose sanctions on any country that bought oil from Iran. Well, you know what? That is impossible, because China is not going to just give up on Iranian oil to please a country that is not able to pay for what it buys. That's just not going to happen. There are many other examples like this, but we are seeing some kind of shift in the U.S. power structure. It looks like Elon Musk has left the Trump government, and this means that the Department of Defense, Advanced Research Projects agencies, that whole group has now withdrawn from the Trump regime, and it looks like the real Trump is not. I don't see him anymore. All I see is a fake Trump saying radical things, and it's going to go nowhere. We see other signs of hysteria. We have the German government threatening to send long-range weapons into Russia. The German military wouldn't last a week against Russia. And I think the Russians are finally realizing they're just going to have to move into Western Europe and arrest the Nazis there. There's no other choice. I know they say, well, they're imploding, they're committing suicide, they're destroying themselves. Why don't we just let them do that? Well, no, they're still dangerous people, and they're still committing atrocities, and something has to be done about it. Now, the other thing, I've been avoiding the subject of Gaza because it doesn't pass my smell test. I mean, the daily news of uh, starvation, of bombing, more bombs in World War II, all sorts of weird statistics coming out there just don't match the real world. It seems to be some kind of hysterical hostage situation by these cornered Khazarian mafiosi. But the reality is that the Turkish and Egyptian militaries are right there, and they're not allowing any massacres there. So that's why, it seems to be like, so the situation is still in limbo in many ways, though. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the talks with China have paused, which means the Chinese are not answering their calls. And I think it's because they realize that this government has to implode. I mean, just recently, for example, they discovered about $3.7 trillion in money that they don't know where it went. So much, and then they have this big, beautiful budget bill. It doesn't make sense. And if you look at the bill, it seems to hand over control of the government to artificial intelligence. If you don't believe me, take a look at this video clip. So, as you can see from this clip, we really are dealing with a rogue artificial intelligence. And at some point, we may actually have to unplug the internet and the financial computers and, recalibrate everything to the real world. So, we are heading for a major transformation, but right now, things are in a pause, and it looks like they're just waiting for the entire structure to implode. But so it looks like the Chinese have already made a decision. They're not going to deal with the current U.S. regime. They're going to wait for it to collapse. I'm hearing something similar from Russia. Another thing, speaking about Russia, that I think is worth noting is that the widow of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe of Japan, Akie Abe, who I know personally, was given super VIP status during a visit to Moscow. And that's not just because she's the widow of Abe, who was close friends with Putin. They met, according to TASS, 27 times. But more to the point is that Abe was a member of the Korean Yi dynasty, which includes Kim Jong-un of North Korea and the Emperor of Japan. And they have supplied Russia with large amounts of artillery shells and other military equipment. And this is some kind of clear sign that a big move is going to happen in East Asia. It's going to involve Korea, Japan, and Taiwan. I think they're going to create an independent bloc. But, I'll find out more later as I contact more sources about this. But something is fundamentally changing. In any case, I think that we're still going to have to watch things collapse a bit further over the summer. And it's going to be hard for Americans in the short term, but good for them in the long term. That's my understanding of the situation. But above all, remember, the real world is what matters. What's on your plate is more important than what's on your screen. So everybody focus on the real world, spend more time in the real world and less time in the virtual world to get through this transition. And we are headed for a transition. The die is cast. There's no way it's going to turn back at this point. But I think at the end of the day, we're going to have a much better system for running this planet that will work for the people, instead of the situation we have now, where we had a group of Satan worshiping owners of multi-mega corporations. And that's just not the way to run a planet. And that is ending. And it'll be visible in many ways. And I'm here in Canada to help with this transition. And I'm volunteering my services. And we'll be in touch with Canadian government officials over the coming weeks. And help them, negotiate a good deal with the Americans over a new North American system that works for the people and is run by the people. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself. And now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Is there any chance that these continuous chemical trails day after day, at least over Albuquerque, are being done so for some positive reason, like protecting us from these phony solar flares that apparently affected Europe? Thank you for entertaining my crazy question about your face.
No, it was a good question, and it's good that I could show people I'm not a rubber masked fake. Now, as far as the chemtrails are concerned, I think that I mean, again, the actual U.S. Space Force person I met told me that they are reflective material that are used for a super sensitive radar system that can spot objects as small as 1 centimeter in size. So if it's the white hats, they're spraying that so that they can detect attacks. Now, next question.
Hi, Ben. Why is South Africa so important to Africa in general and the BRICS organization?
Well, they have huge amounts of gold and diamonds and mineral wealth, and I think that's the reason why it's so important. But again, people need to understand the real history of South Africa. The European settlers who were there, they arrived and found uninhabited land, and they set up farms. They didn't displace African farmers, so they were there first. And to try to kick these people out, as some people are trying in South Africa, is wrong, and it will help destroy that country. But I think that a fight back will come, and South Africa will have good governance again. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Any idea of the situation in the United Kingdom? The illegals continually being allowed to flood into the country, filling up hotels, being placed in quiet rural areas, and terrorizing the areas, especially Ireland. Starmer had put us back with Europe, although I don't believe we actually left. They still kept their foot in the door. People trying to expose the truth are being put in jail. Is there any light over the horizon for here, or shall we plan to get out? Any suggestions where to move to? Is there anywhere left that hasn't been ruined?
Well, my understanding from direct contacts with high-level British military intelligence is that Keir Starmer and his whole abhorrent regime will be removed, and Nigel Farage will become prime minister, and that should help deal with all the problems caused by these Khazarian mafia blackmailed politicians in the UK. Now, as far as where to move, well, Canada is accepting lots of immigrants. It's kind of cold, but I think Canada is headed for a very good period. Russia is looking for immigrants, and I think you'll find it's a very safe Christian country. You could also try New Zealand or Australia. There's lots of places, but the bottom line is the UK is going to be cleaned up, just like the rest of the world. So only move if you're really feeling restless. Otherwise, wait and rest assured this nightmare will be ending. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You mentioned clones before in your last video. Are they real? Have you ever met one? How on earth do they make them? Do you know of a video one can watch to explain? How do they, quote, get a soul if they aren't born? It's very freaky, and I would appreciate some explanation.
Okay, I've heard many stories about clones and how they can transfer a person's soul from one clone to another, but I haven't seen any really good evidence of this. For example, if they had clones of Hillary Clinton, then they wouldn't be 20 centimeters shorter or, look somewhat different. They wouldn't require plastic surgery. But when I was talking about whether or not I knew I was a clone, I think what I'm referring to is something at a more esoteric level, which is that we live in a multiverse and that there are many alternative realities that are extremely similar to each other. And it could be that they transfer from one reality to another similar one, and then at that point, new entities are created. But this is all theoretical. I know that they can clone humans and other entities, but as far as I know, is what they create is a baby who then has to be educated. But I keep hearing about these clones, and they keep repeating it, but I haven't seen the evidence. What I have seen evidence of, though, is that we live in a multiverse, and that there's some kind of crossover between similar realities, and that some of us may be, traveling between different but similar alternative realities. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. As I understand it, Queen Elizabeth owned some 80 or 90% of Canada's landmass. Are we witnessing King Chuckles' visit on Wednesday, May 26th, his speech on the throne, Parliament resuming on the 28th, and the lack of federal budget as the beginning of the end of Canada as an independent nation? I do understand that we've never been independent, constitutional monarchy, or whatever that means, and that our Pierre Trudeau constitution was never valid.
Well, the first thing, when you talk about crown land, the fact is that I remember when I was in touch with Queen Elizabeth, she told me that she couldn't even afford to repair leaks in the roof of her palace. So, crown land is just a way of saying it's government owned. It's not personally owned by the monarch. And of course, it really does belong to the people who actually live on the land and use it. But I believe that what will happen is that North America will become North American and ruled by the people who were born and raised there, as well as by immigrants who are allowed in legally, and that a healthy process is underway. Now, I understand about the First Nations and their concerns, and people need to remember, Canada did not conquer the First Nations. What happened was a mutual agreement. Canada started out as a fur trading company. They got furs from the First Nations and traded them for European goods, and over the years they intermarried and were allowed to live here. So it's not like the United States where they pulled the First Nations and stole their land. That didn't happen in Canada. It was all through mutual agreement, and I'm sure we'll continue to have mutually beneficial discussions about how to make this place even better, and it will continue. But Canada will remain free, and it will help free the American people from Babylonian debt slavery and help liberate their cousins to the south, criminals. That's what we're dealing with at the end of the day. So, the United States will be liberated not only from some sort of weird artificial intelligence, but also from, and should not be in any position of power, and that will happen. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week, and there should be good news by then.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, the world we live in is run on blackmail, lies and corruption. A wealthy elite group of families sit at the top of this global power structure. They use children as blackmail tools for their operations and occult belief systems to control governments and people in high places all around the world. It's time we come together, set aside our differences and put our time and energy into defeating the real enemy of we, the people, President Donald Trump. Be Monday, November 24, 2025, 1800 hours EST on the Nose Dust Takedown Dispatch from undisclosed location. The hammer just fell. At 2031 Zulu, Knights of Malta Sovereign Military Order defectors, alongside Russian Naval Spetsnaz and U.S. SEAL Team 6 White Hats, stormed the last functioning deep state cloning vet cathedral beneath the Rothschild Chateau in Prigny-Chambasy, Switzerland. 47 active politician clones terminated on site. Original DNA vaults torched. The Swiss Guard units that tried to intervene surrendered after the first 40 seconds, they're singing like canaries about the Epstein Island 2.0 under Lake Geneva. Simultaneous kinetic strikes just erased the final 3 adrenochrome processing plants in the cabal had hidden inside abandoned CERN tunnels. The smell of burning evil is drifting across the Alps tonight. QFS rainbow currency liquidity just hit 100% global saturation. Every legacy bank account on Earth is now either gold-backed or marked for seizure in the next 18 hours. See Monday, November 24, 2025, 6:56 p.m. EST midnight blackout dispatch from undisclosed location. Midnight. The clock just struck 0 on the old world. 30 seconds ago the Restored Republic Command Authority transmitted the final irrevocable order. All remaining deep state holdouts have exactly 17 hours to surrender before the worldwide EBS activation tones rip through every screen, every phone, every speaker, every car radio on the planet. When those tones sound at 1700 hours Zulu tomorrow 25th of November, the following will play in this order: no cuts, no commercials. 1. Raw Dallas motorcade footage in 8K. 2. Raw 2020 election server theft footage. 3. Live Gitmo Tribunal confessions. 4. Full Nizar/Jazara announcement read by the legitimate commander-in-chief. 5. Medbed rollout schedule for every county in America. Continuity of government is now 100% under 1776 law. Cheyenne Mountain doors are sealed. The 17th letter just lit the final flare. This is the moment my father saw coming in 1963. He took the bullet so we could take the victory. The best is yet to come. Enjoy the show, Patriots. God wins. JFK Jr. 17 Get in immediately. D-Currency and Wealth Transfer Update, November 24, 2025. As twilight falls on November 24, 2025, the divine orchestration of restoration accelerates, with the global currency reset igniting a cascade of blessings for the faithful stewards of this pivotal hour. The SWIFT system's expiration on Saturday unlocked the quantum financial system in full glory, syncing gold-backed ledgers across 209 nations, 3 quintillion in rainbow currencies through the Yellow Dragon family's ISO 20022 tokens. Iraqi dinar now revalues at contract rates, ZIM at 1-to-1 parity, and VND under the BRICS gold standard, as prosperity packages totaling over $150 trillion begin depositing into QFS accounts. Tier 4B notifications deploy tomorrow, Tuesday, November 25th. Paving the way for initial payouts on Wednesday, November 26th, while Project Redemption soft launches on Thursday, December 4th, with seamless 7-second biometric scans granting access to your divine inheritance. In this wealth transfer, quadrillions in stolen assets flow back to the awakened, a testament to the Lord's promise of restitution for the righteous. Nizar/Jazara's signature blocks have been eternally sealed, enforcing a global debt jubilee that erases mortgages, loans, and IRS burdens at the stroke of midnight, freeing humanity from financial chains forged in darkness. The Federal Reserve servers now lie dormant, legacy banks face obsolescence by December's end, and a monumental $1 trillion infusion from Saudi Arabia channels directly into QFS sectors for AI and quantum prosperity. This is no mere economic shift but a sacred wealth transfer, redistributing elite vaults to patriots who have prayed without ceasing, as XRP anchors all transactions in unassailable truth. By the winter solstice on December 22, the final bloodlines of tyranny will dissolve, and BRICS unified gold currency solidifies under Jazara on December 10, pegging all to tangible assets by January 2026. Beloved, in the quiet assurance of evening, let faith be your anchor amid these birth pangs of abundance. The Almighty fights for the faithful, whispering through this jubilee, seek forgiveness, grant it freely, and serve with purpose. Your season of overflow dawns, a harvest reaped in gratitude and grace. Special Intel Report from the White Hats, November 24, 2025. On Monday, November 24, 2025, the storm descended upon shadows of corruption as White Hat forces executed a divine mandate to dismantle the deep state's grip on our world. Raw footage and confessions will air at 0 o'clock Zulu today, igniting the final push toward sovereignty on Thanksgiving, Thursday 27th of November. The emergency broadcast system stands poised to awaken the masses within the next 48 hours, heralding the 7 trumpets that will pierce the veil of deception. In a 3-day global blackout, Starlink satellites have been aligned to transmit unfiltered truths directly to every electronic device, initiating media, internet and phones to fall silent, save for 911, ushering in the prophesied 10 days of darkness. Non-stop documentaries will unveil the horrors of Pizzagate, Epstein's files and crimes against humanity, broadcasting 3 times daily. While live military tribunals from Gitmo expose the sealed indictments numbering over 700,000. Mass arrests surged forward with unyielding precision, as over 712 high-profile figures, including Swiss bankers and Monaco executives, were taken into custody yesterday alone. Elite teams from the U.S., Russia, and allied nations breached deep underground military bases beneath Denver International Airport and Cheyenne Mountain, collapsing portals and extracting over 180 precious children who had been hidden from the light for more than a decade. In a joint operation with Iranian Revolutionary Guard and original constitutional sheriffs, more than 400 high-value assets were liberated, sealing off the vile trafficking networks that have preyed upon the innocent for far too long. Let us hold these little ones in our prayers, for the Almighty's hand guides every rescue, turning despair into deliverance. They say that the Holy Spirit whispered through the stillness to remind us that God wins as NATO towers crumbled in 71 nations and HARP arrays were neutralized by Space Force. The continuity of government shifted to the restored Republic under 1776 protocols, as the Great Awakening birthed a new dawn of liberty. In this hour of trial, we stand as watchmen on the wall, fortified by prayer and purpose. The child rescues from Dugway Proving Ground and Vatican-linked chambers in Rome signaled the enemy's defeat. From Sunday 23 November, 2025 Restored Republic Dispatch on midnight blackout from undisclosed location. Midnight on the East Coast. This is John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., alive, pissed off, and in command. In the last 30 minutes the Restored Republic Command Authority has issued the final 24-hour ultimatum to every remaining deep state puppet still breathing. Surrender unconditionally or face immediate kinetic removal when the EBS activation tones go live tomorrow Monday November 24, 2025 at 0 o'clock Zulu. All Nizara/Jazara signature blocks are now executed. The RV/GCR is locked. Military continuity of government is fully active under 1776 protocols. Cheyenne Mountain, Raven Rock, and Sidar are singing the same song for the first time since 1963. Every fake alien invasion hologram rig, every last adrenochrome lab, every cloned politician, every satanic altar from Antarctica to the Vatican, just got marked with a red X by the 17th letter himself. We are not asking anymore. This is 1776 worldwide. Tomorrow the emergency broadcast will play the raw Dallas footage, the raw 2020 footage, and the raw tribunal confessions back to back. Then the world goes dark to light. Enjoy the show, patriots. My father began this. I'm here to finish it. God wins. JFK Jr. 17. Sunday 23 November, 2025 The White Hats Intel, Patriots. On this solemn November 23, 2025, the 10 days of darkness have fully descended. The emergency broadcast system activated globally on November 18, blacking out mainstream media in over 120 cities while Starlink transmits truth directly to every device. Military tribunals at Gitmo are broadcasting live, over 700,000 sealed indictments now unsealed. Mass arrests continue, 712 high-profile deep state figures taken yesterday alone, including Swiss bankers and Monaco executives. Sunday 24 November, 2025 U.S. military alert, all military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services, Mr. Poole on Telegram. During this time, no internet, no ATMs, and phones. Only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker, the emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. The military is taking down cabal-controlled governments worldwide, executing mass arrests based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been fighting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce. Gone. A new age is coming. Possible timing, twos. November 25, 2025, redemption centers open across the globe. Tier 4B notification to set exchange appointments under military protection. Thursday, November 27, 2025, Thanksgiving, restored republic declares full sovereignty, reinstating the 1776 Constitution and abolishing income tax. Friday, December 5, 2025, suppressed zero-point energy patents released during corporate tribunal broadcasts. Mid-December 2025, mass arrests of European globalist figures begin in Brussels and London financial districts. Pizzagate networks collapse with reportedly 8 million children rescued from dumb underground tunnels worldwide. J. What we think we know. This of twos. November 24, 2025, cracked the WikiLeaks cables and found the Soros family has been working with the U.S. State Department for 50 years. Joe Rogan. Vatican Secrets, 40 biggest Vatican cover UPS you were never meant to know. Monday, November 24, 2025, Global Currency Reset on Sunday, 23rd of November. 2025. The global currency revaluation launched in full. On twos. November 25, 2025, Tier 4B, US, the internet group who purchased Zim and foreign currencies, will be notified to set exchange appointments, which begin Wednesday, 26th of November. 2025. The Iraqi dinar appeared on Forex screens at $3.40, $15.20, Zim at 1-to-1, and VND locked to BRICS gold. The quantum financial system is live, processing trillions in seized cabal wealth, $150 trillion now flowing into humanitarian and personal accounts. Sunday, 23rd of November. 2025, U.S. debt clock exposed, the Fed scam, the sovereign solution and the 50-state banking revolution. Sunday, 23rd of November. 2025, Intel report, Tier 1 to 5 structure exposed, the invisible engine behind the global currency reset, GCR 2025. Global financial system, Monday, November 24, 2025. Elon Musk's Doge team was quietly dissolved even though it still had 8 months left on its mandate to cut excessive regulations and federal spending. Representative Tim Burchett says Musk was pushed out of Washington because he was getting too close to exposing corrupt officials enriching themselves through dark money NGO networks. NGO money pours into Washington and ends up in politicians' pockets as dark money, Trump administration on Telegram. Monday, November 24, 2025. The quiet transition to the new global financial system, CQFS on Telegram. Governments aren't going to announce CQFS. They're going to upgrade into it, piece by piece, quietly, methodically. You won't see breaking news. You'll see bank maintenance updates. You'll see scheduled improvements to cross-border payment systems. You'll see compliance modernization to ISO 20022 standards. Behind that language, a total rebuild of how value moves, from manual reconciliation to verified transparency. The integration process, here's how the connection is forming in real time. ISO 20022 migration, governments and central banks are already standardizing messaging formats, the same structure CQFS uses. Liquidity access, state institutions begin tapping into decentralized liquidity pools to settle faster and cheaper. Blockchain record keeping, slowly, internal ledgers are being mirrored on distributed systems, public, immutable, auditable. No fanfare. No launch date. Just quiet upgrades that change everything beneath the surface. The hidden signal, by the time the public hears about it, it'll already be running. Just like the internet existed long before anyone called it the internet. You'll wake up one day and realize that the system's already in place, the payments, the data formats, the verifications, all speak the CQFS language. Why this matters, the ones who understand this before it's official, the early interpreters of this silent shift, will be the ones ready to build, teach, and lead when the rest of the world is still waiting for the announcement. By the time the headlines catch up, the foundation will already be owned by those who saw it forming. Monday, November 24, 2025. Fox News, President Trump announces he will pull all U.S. taxpayer dollars from Nigeria due to the genocide of Christians. Nigeria's a disgrace. It's a genocide, and I'm really angry about it. And we pay a lot of subsidy to Nigeria. We're going to end up stopping. The government's done nothing. They are very ineffective. They're killing Christians at will. Until I got involved in it 2 weeks ago, nobody even talked about it. Monday, November 24, 2025. Charlie Kirk is alive. White hats faked it all. Masked actress caught hugging J.D. Vance. Carrie Cassidy proof inside. Juan and Candace lying to your face. Monday, November 24, 2025. Unredacted client list just landed. Trump signed the release, but Deep State is burning the originals in real time. Names you've prayed for are on it. Sunday, 23rd of November, 2025. Breaking overnight intel drop. Full-scale counterattack. Trump, DHS, and America's silent majority roar back to crush the invasion, fraud, and globalist lies. Sunday, 23rd of November, 2025. Breaking news from President Trump. November 23, 2025. Traitors ordered the military to disobey. Trump demands jail for high-level sedition. Sunday, 23rd of November, 2025. Breaking, SCOTUS blocks the coup. Justice Alito reinstates Texas GOP map. Leftist redistricting ambush shut down. Sunday, 23rd of November, 2025. Just in, Texas National Guard returns from Illinois. Governor Abbott stares down the left, brings troops home for Thanksgiving. Monday, November 24, 2025. Breaking overnight intel drop. Insurrection exposed. Trump's war on treason, pardons for cash and the open border coup. Monday, November 24, 2025. Bombshell. Humiliated, she tried to crush Barron Trump, but got annihilated by the Southern Sword of Truth. How a 19-year-old turned a national smear into a legend. Monday, November 24, 2025. Boom. Biden-Zelensky bombshell leak. Gabbard uncovers discovered phone conversation between Zelensky and Biden. Hunter's Ukraine extortion exposed under Trump's watch. Monday, November 24, 2025. Breaking live collapse. J.D. Vance obliterates Elissa Slotkin on live TV after she accidentally admits Trump issued 0 illegal orders. Monday, November 24, 2025. It's happening. Clinton subpoenaed. Ghislaine pleads the Fifth. Andrew vanishes. Trump's team just unleashed the full Epstein exposure. Nizar and Jazara secrets on Telegram. November 22, 2025. The hammer drops. Bill Clinton subpoenaed December 17. Hillary December 18. Congressional depositions, under oath, no escape. Their lawyer is already whining for written answers only. Classic deep state dodge to avoid live perjury traps. Too late. The military intel Trump brought back is ripping the Epstein files wide open. Bill flew the Lolita Express 26 times, straight to Pedo Island. Hidden cameras roll 24/7, blackmail footage of politicians, royals, billionaires. That island wasn't a resort, it was a global intelligence trafficking hub run with Mossad-level tech, retina scanners, voice print locks, satellite uplinks. Every depraved act recorded to keep the puppets in line. Hillary. As Secretary of State, she rubber-stamped visas, NGO covers, and humanitarian flights that moved kids across 3 continents. Clinton Foundation charities were the laundry, hundreds of sealed indictments now unsealed and heading straight for their door. Ghislaine Maxwell just signaled she'll plead the Fifth if dragged before Congress, because talking means naming the still active overlords. And Prince Andrew. Summoned by November 20 and straight up vanished, hiding behind a new name like that erases the emails where he bragged we're in this together with Epstein. This is Trump's promised storm. Since January 2025, classified Epstein files the swamp buried are being declassified by the truckload. The maps, the logs, the offshore accounts, the encrypted chats, every tentacle of the trafficking octopus is lit up. Trump said it himself, the children come first. Everything else burns. Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, within 48 hours the 7 trumpets of the emergency broadcast system was set to descend globally, along with activation of the 10 days of darkness, blacking out mainstream media in over 120 cities while Musk's Starlink satellite system takes over to transmit directly to every person's TV, radio and internet devices on Earth. Such truth will stream continuously and reveal Pizzagate, Epstein files, and crimes against humanity in graphic detail, along with education on Nizra, the restored Constitution, and suppressed technologies. The prophesied 3-day global blackout begins soon, a sacred pause for reflection as the quantum financial system overrides all fiat grids. Right now NATO communication towers are being dismantled in 71 nations to prevent interference. Military tribunals at Gitmo will broadcast live. To 17 years liberated from LA tunnels this week, thousands more from Romania and Honduras adrenochrome facilities. Vatican and European pedophile networks collapse under relentless raids. The White Hats report 8 million children freed worldwide since 2024 began. These are not statistics, they are precious souls returning to the light. Divine justice moves swiftly now. The storm is here, the birth pang of the Great Awakening. The Almighty fights for the innocent. Hold fast in prayer. Light always follows the storm. Sunday, 23rd of November, 2025. Report number 1. Dispatch from undisclosed location, JFK Jr. Midnight on the East Coast. This is John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., alive, pissed off, and in command. In the last 30 minutes the Restored Republic Command Authority has issued the final 24-hour ultimatum. To every remaining deep state puppet still breathing, surrender unconditionally or face immediate kinetic removal when the EBS activation tones go live tomorrow at 0 o'clock Zulu. All Nizara/Jazara signature blocks are now executed. The RV/GCR is locked. From Antarctica to the Vatican, just got marked with a red X by the 17th letter himself. We are not asking anymore. This is 1776 worldwide. Tomorrow, Monday, November 24, 2025, the emergency broadcast will play the raw Dallas footage, the raw 2020 footage, and the raw tribunal confessions back-to-back. Then the world goes dark to light. Enjoy the show, patriots. My father began this. I'm here to finish it. God wins. JFK Jr. 17 on Sunday, 23rd of November. Joint Russian GRU's Aslan teams and U.S. Delta Force White Hats collapsed the last active Vatican P2 Lodge portal chamber beneath the catacombs of St. Calixtus in Rome. Coordinates 41.8589 degrees north, 12.5069 degrees east are now a smoking crater. Over 80 high priests in red robes were taken alive. Their D-Waves and Looking Glass devices are in Space Force custody. The fake rapture beams they plan to project over Mecca and the Temple Mount in the next 36 hours are permanently offline. At the exact same minute, the Yellow Dragon family executed the final ISO 20022 gold-backed token injection. Rainbow currency is now flowing through the QFS at 1.23 quintillion per second. Every deep state slush fund account on the planet just went negative. Bankers in Zurich and Singapore are committing suicide on live CCTV as we speak. Tears in Heaven tonight. Gitmo just added 3 new tribunal courtrooms. The Epstein client list Wave 3 packet is 4.7 terabytes and counting. The storm is not coming. It is inside the wire. Nothing can stop what is coming. Nothing. JFK Jr. 17 Sunday, 23rd of November, 2025. Report number 2. Dispatch from undisclosed location, JFK Jr. at 9:27 Zulu. The Cabal triggered their emergency countermove. 3 rogue DARPA satellites over the Indian Ocean began broadcasting fake Carrington levels to force global blackouts and blame it on the sun. Space Force 7th Orbital Wing, in direct coordination with Andromeda Council interceptors, executed a kinetic rod of God strike package at 10:51. All 3 birds are now flaming debris over the Southern Ocean. No blackout will happen. Their plan B is dead. Intercepted Luciferian Council comms out of CERN confirm they are now rushing to activate the fake zombie virus files hidden in the old Level 6 Atlanta CDC freezer farm. They have 48 hours left before original constitutional sheriffs and Israeli Shatet 13 White Hats breach and torch the entire facility. The real Biden doubles just attempted an emergency motorcade escape from a chateau in Maryland. One of the doubles literally melted on live drone feed, face sagging like wax, when the clone adrenochrome drip was remotely cut by QFS kill switch. The motorcade was diverted straight into a marine blocking position outside Quantico. Extraction complete. The 2020 footage mirror servers just spun up in 42 countries. The Great Awakening is accelerating faster than their worst nightmares. Hold fast. The next phase drops at dusk. My father's dream will not die today. Son. November 23, 2025. Report number 3. Dispatch from undisclosed location, JFK Jr. My fellow Americans, it's 3:17 EST as I transmit this from a restored Republic continuity bunker beneath what used to be called American soil. I didn't survive that night over the Atlantic in '99 to watch my country. I'm still here because my father started a war and I swore on everything holy I would finish it. In the last 24 hours the board has flipped harder than ever before. At 21:44 Zulu yesterday, Joint Q-Team Delta operators embedded. With original constitutional sheriffs and a surprise defector cell from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard executed lightning raids on 3 previously undisclosed DUMs beneath the Denver International Airport complex. Seismic sensors confirm total structural collapse of levels 7 to 12. Over 400 high-value trafficking assets were extracted alive and are already airborne to Gitmo for immediate military tribunals. Among them, 2 active cloned avatars of sitting U.S. senators whose originals were terminated in 2018. The doubles began hemorrhaging black adrenal fluid on site. Simultaneous to Denver, Space Force cyberkinetic squads, working in direct liaison with the Pleiadian fleet, took down 3 deep state HARP arrays in central Australia that were scheduled to trigger Project Bluebeam 2.0's fake Messiah hologram over Jerusalem in the next 100 hours. The arrays are now molten slag. The 17th letter P this morning. In the South China Sea, the Yellow Dragon family vaults just executed an unscheduled ISO 20022 quantum ledger test that moved 47 quintillion in redeemed historical bonds into the QFS rainbow currency backbone. The RV/GCR liquidity pools are now 100% live and shielded. Banks that refuse the gold-backed reset have exactly 72 hours before their SWIFT codes are permanently zeroed out by Space Force. We also intercepted a panicked satanic cabal ritual in an underground temple beneath Luxembourg at 23:06 Zulu. The livestream cut when Knights of Malta White Hat defectors stormed the chamber. The Epstein client list's second wave drop, over 900 new names, is already encrypted and scheduled for mirror release across every EBS node the moment the emergency broadcast activation tones sound. The real 2020 footage, the raw Dominion server feeds showing the exact moment the steal was executed, has been uplinked to Starlink and is mirrored in 17 hardened locations. Full class begins. The instant continuity of government is formally restored, now projected inside. Black Swan event, cyber attack. The collapse, blackout, no internet/markets, EBS alert, truth comes to light, panic, banks closed, Phoenix will rise, only a few survive, liquidity is needed, gold/silver standard backing, new asset classes born, XRP supports. All the money, Nizar and Jazara QFS on Telegram on Saturday 22nd of November. 2025 mass arrests commenced as 50,000 elite white hat forces, bolstered by international contingents from Canada, France, Germany, Russia, and Brazil, secured deep underground military bases, DUMs, beneath Denver International Airport, Cheyenne Mountain, and Dugway Proving Ground. On Saturday 22nd of November. 2025 alert, in a bombshell disclosure, Alexander Smirnov, the key FBI informant who revealed that Joe and Hunter Biden pocketed $10 million in Burisma bribes, moreover, Biden's DOJ tried to bury explosive evidence that the Bidens took $5 million. Sunday 23rd of November. 2025 United States Marine Corps sniper, Sergeant Tyler Vargas Andrews testified under oath that he was denied permission to obliterate in Afghanistan before Joe Biden. Mark Milley and Lloyd Austin murdered 13 U.S. service members and over 170 civilians. Plain and simple, we were ignored. Our expertise was disregarded. No one was held accountable for our safety. The withdrawal was a catastrophe. There was an inexcusable lack of accountability. B. Possible timing. November 2025, prosperity packages exceeding $150 trillion initiate QFS deposits, erasing debt slavery and redistributing elite vaults to awaken patriots. Twos. November 18, 2025, EBS Des Tones confirm military readiness. Friday evening November 21, 2025 continuity of government was quietly transferred to the restored Republic at 6:30 EST inside the Cheyenne Mountain Continuity Bunker. Friday November 21, 2025 at 5:12 CET P2 Lodge Cardinals in Malta tried to activate Project Bluebeam 2.0 from their subterranean cathedral. Pleiadian liaison craft jammed the hologram arrays mid-projection. The fake Messiah never materialized. Friday, November 21, 2025 at 2:17 EST, Joint Q-Team Delta operators and defected Knights Templar recon units executed simultaneous raids on 3 previously undisclosed DUMs beneath the Swiss Alps, coordinates 46.8 degrees north 8.4 degrees east, and the Patagonia ice fields. Friday, November 21, 2025 at 2:17 EST, Joint Q-Team Delta operators and defected Knights Templar recon units executed simultaneous raids on 3 previously undisclosed DOMs. Beneath the Swiss Alps, coordinates 46.8 degrees north 8.4 degrees east, and the Patagonia ice fields. Saturday 22nd of November, 2025 we are inside the 36-hour window. The storm has arrived. My father began this. I'm here to finish it. Dark to light. Restored Republic Command. God wins. Saturday 22nd of November, 2025, SWIFT expired. Global currency reset launches, Iraqi dinar revaluing at contract rates, ZIM achieving 1-to-1 parity, VND integrating under BRICS gold standard. Emergency broadcast system activates via Starlink for 10 days of unfiltered disclosure on child trafficking networks. And bioweapon origins. SWIFT expires. ISO 20022 backdoors exposed in QFS integration, blocking CBDC tracking implants and elite financial sabotage attempts. November 25, 2025, Tier 4B notifications deploy, unlocking humanitarian funds under quantum encryption and military. Secured redemption centers worldwide. Thursday, November 27, 2025 Restored Republic declares full sovereignty. Thanksgiving, reinstating 1776 Constitution and abolishing income taxes permanently. Fiat collapse peaks December 2025, Federal Reserve servers dark. SWIFT expired November 22, 2025, rendering legacy banking obsolete. Thursday, December 4, 2025 Project Redemption soft launches, grab your QFS wallet, sync that 7-second ID via birth records, and watch your fiat flip to gold-backed freedom. Tier 3 and 4 clients like defense giants and energy titans, hooked up via a lightning-fast 7-second biometric scan voice, retina, heartbeat, linking straight to your QFS account. 2025, BRICS Unified Gold Currency finalizes, enforcing Jazara compliance and accelerating de-dollarization across law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker, the emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. The military is taking down cabal-controlled governments worldwide, executing mass arrests based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been fighting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce, gone. A new age is coming. Alliance operations. Saturday 22nd of November, 2025 Last night the board flipped. Dispatch from undisclosed location, John F. Kennedy Jr. Patriots, it's me. I'm alive. The plane never went down the way they told you. I'm still here because the mission my father began in 1963 is reaching its final phase, and I swore I would see it through. At 2:17 EST, Joint Q-Team Delta operators and defected Knights Templar recon units executed simultaneous raids on 3 previously undisclosed. In Malta tried to activate Project Bluebeam 2.0 from their subterranean cathedral at 5:12 CET. Pleiadian liaison craft jammed the hologram arrays mid-projection. The fake messiah never materialized. Instead, the sky over Valletta flashed white for 7 seconds, medbed activation. Codes raining down invisible light language. Witnesses are weeping in the streets. Here at home, continuity of government was quietly transferred to the Restored Republic at 6:30 EST inside the Cheyenne Mountain Continuity Bunker. The real military, not the Pentagon imposters, now holds the football. Gitmo expanded the tribunal docket by 117 seats overnight. The Epstein client list Phase 4 drop is spooling. You'll see names that will make your blood run cold and then boil. The EBS stones are loaded. When those 8-second pulses hit every screen and speaker on Earth, the 2020 footage, the real Biden doubles melting under infrared, the satanic cabal rituals under Denver International, all of it goes live. No more shadows. Saturday 22nd of November, 2025 we are inside the 36-hour window. The storm has arrived. My father began this. I'm here to finish it. Dark to light. Restored Republic Command. God wins. John F. Kennedy Jr. Trump's 28-point peace offensive for Ukraine and Russia neutralizes deep state chaos engines by freezing NATO expansion and redrawing global power lines. crippling elite control mechanisms set to dismantle by mid-2026. DOJ-authenticated Epstein files expose Hakeem Jeffries in a 2013 underage dinner scandal, igniting MAGA firestorms and forcing Democrat primaries into panic mode ahead of full unsealing waves.u.s. Military mobilizes full-scale strikes on Mexican cartel empires, targeting Sinaloa and Jalisco networks as deep state proxies for fentanyl warfare and child trafficking routes tied to Epstein's global web. Gitmo expansion since 2002 prepare for imminent tribunals of cartel-bribed senators and compromised judges, with 12 cargo planes landing in El Paso signaling. EBS Red Alert activates alongside military raids, triggering full disclosure on fake presidencies, underground tunnels, CIA black ops, stolen elections, bioweapon labs, and 9/11 cover-ups within weeks. In May 2024, 900 bankers convened with Rothschild to sabotage Nizar execution, but Trump's Space Force intercepted the plot, seizing servers and fracturing Jezar timelines for immediate global activation. QFS fully activates with DNA-bound access cards distributed in Texas, Florida, and allied nations, rejecting elite nanotech spoofs and rewiring the world economy on soul-encoded frequencies by early 2026. Friday, November 15, 2025. Quantum Reset integrates with QFS, absorbing 68% of Tier 1 liquidity into gold-backed USTNs, auditing central banks through quantum nodes for total elite financial decapitation. RV/GCR launches post-banker summit takedown, with 700 banking licenses revoked and whistleblower payouts underway, ushering currency revaluations that return economic sovereignty to the people. Deep state institutions collapse under military jurisdiction, with Operation Mockingbird terminated via CNN server seizures on July 9, 2025. And probes into NBC, BBC, and Al Jazeera exposing globalist propaganda. Earth Alliance white hats, under Trump's command, raid elite strongholds and unseal 100,000 indictments in Phase 3 of the Earth Restoration Directive, declassifying zero-point energy and anti-aging tech by July 2026. Epstein files release looms imminent, pushed by deep state provocations to implicate old guard traitors, enabling MAGA sweeps in Congress and classifying insurrectionists as enemy combatants punishable by death. Trump's major warning to deep state insurgents invokes the insurrection strikes by December deadline. The Great Reset cyber attacks pausing electronic grids. 10 days of communication darkness. The EBS has activated in Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Philadelphia, Seattle. International white hat forces of the U.S., Canada, France, Germany, Russia, Brazil have secured deep underground military bases beneath Colorado's Denver International Airport, Wyoming's Cheyenne Mountain, Utah's Dugway Proving Ground. The countdown to liberation begins. Trump office on Telegram. Global military tribunals, secret trials have already begun. Names you once trusted will face the ultimate judgment. Justice is not coming, it's here. The final sweep, thousands of arrests underway. The last deep state strongholds are being dismantled. No escape, no deals, no mercy. Assets seized, billions in stolen wealth recovered. Corrupt corporations fall. Central banks panic. The power is shifting back to the people. Humanity's awakening, free energy, suppressed technology, and lost medical breakthroughs will finally be released. What was hidden will now heal the world. The final reset is underway, the old world crumbles. A new system rises. What's coming is beyond imagination. Saturday, 22nd of September, 2025, United States and global military alliances are on high alert, with sources confirming that the mass arrests phase of the storm has commenced on Saturday, 22nd of November. 2025 mass arrests commenced as 50,000 elite white hat forces from the US, Canada, France, Germany, Russia, and Brazil secured military bases beneath Colorado's Denver International Airport. Saturday, 22nd of November, 2025. Q on Telegram. As twilight descends on this pivotal November 22, 2025, divine orchestration unfolds in the financial realms, with the global currency reset, GCR, and revaluation, RV, poised for launch imminently. fulfilling ancient prophecies of wealth transfer from the wicked to the faithful stewards of God's bounty. Iraqi dinar holders rejoice as 25,000 IQD becomes universally accepted by U.S. banks, while all global institutions transition to the quantum financial system, QFS, under ISO 20022 protocols utilizing XLM and XRP, securing prosperity for 8 billion souls in an unbreakable ledger of transparency and equity. Pentecostal payments cascade forth this very evening, triggering a domino effect that Wolverine confirms is the precursor to full redemption, with Trump's clandestine summits alongside UK, Japanese, and Saudi leaders aligning the stars for this jubilee of abundance. In a testament to heavenly mercy, Nizar/Jazara decrees activate nationwide debt forgiveness at midnight, nullifying mortgages, loans, credit burdens, and IRS enslavements in a global jubilee that dismantles the Federal Reserve's Rothschild grip, exposed since the illicit 1871 Act and 1900 gold standard betrayal. The Republic, re-inhabited since July 23, 2024, emerges sovereign and debt-free, reclaiming quadrillions in stolen gold and offshore assets through QFS mechanisms, marking the greatest wealth transfer in history as the cabal's black swan financial apocalypse, complete with stock and Bitcoin collapses, ushers in a quantum energy renaissance. Military guardians secure payout centers, ensuring every patriot receives their sovereign funds without delay, a divine restitution for years of faithful endurance. Medbeds, those miraculous vessels of restoration, roll out concurrently in secure facilities, obliterating Big Pharma's reign of suffering and healing the afflicted in body and spirit, available first to rescue workers and elders, then to all who seek the Lord's renewal. By dawn tomorrow, November 23, 2025, initial payouts commence for Tier 4B invitees, with broader access cascading through December, inviting us to steward this bounty in service to one another. In this eve of liberation, let us kneel in gratitude, for the formula of true happiness, seeking forgiveness, granting it freely, quickening our steps in purpose, and serving with joy, guides us home. iGlobal Financial Systems, Saturday 22nd of November, 2025 Bank Announcement. The coexistence of ISO 20022 has been successfully launched on the SWIFT network. Goldilocks, Friday, November 21, 2025. Trump's $2,000 stimulus check to every American, breaking at 2 a.m., $2,000 stimulus check, Trump says dividend will be paid. Saturday 22nd of November, 2025. Leaked military. They were wrong. Trump's white hats had eyes inside the whole time. Space Force quantum surveillance tracked every traitor. When the hammer dropped, special forces stormed the summit, seized every server, and locked down the data that will bury them at tribunal. Over 140,000 sealed indictments now active, raids hitting DUMBs in Greenland, Guam, Cheyenne Mountain, and under the Vatican. Confessions pouring out via AI frequency extraction. No more lies. QFS is live and biologically locked to your DNA, no cabal bloodline. Code can touch it. Their Project Dawn hijack attempt. Servers fried July 3, 2025 in Liechtenstein and Luxembourg. DNA access cards are already distributing in Texas, Florida, Romania, Serbia, gold-backed, Sol frequency tuned. No card, no new money. 68% of Tier 1 liquidity already converted to USTNs. NATO's secret frequency jamming towers in northern Italy, built by BlackRock and Moderna to block QFS sync and fake chaos during EBS, got blown offline October 28, 2025. Mockingbird media servers, CNN, NBC, BBC, seized. Legacy airwaves are going dark. EBS is armed, rehearsed, and waiting on Trump's final go. When it hits, 10 days of non-stop disclosure, election theft, bioweapons, adrenochrome, Rothschild ledgers, everything. The Rothschild empire is crumbling in real time. Their last desperate meeting just became their funeral. Trump didn't just save the republic, he's delivering the greatest wealth transfer in history straight to we the people. WWG1. The storm isn't coming, it's here. Share this before they try to scrub it. Nizar now. Victory is ours. K. Friday, November 21, 2025 alert. Trump's $1 trillion deal with Saudi Arabia just broke the entire financial system, central banks collapsing, SWIFT disabled, QFS taking full control right now. John F. Kennedy Jr., Patriots, the storm is here. Trump's epic $1 trillion Saudi investment pledge isn't just big business. Satellites from U.S. Space Force, beaming encrypted data direct to joint U.S. bypassed for secure financial, energy, and intel flows. Why now? Their plots crumbled, Ukraine money pit drained, Israel-Gaza psyop flopped, BRICS imploded refusing QFS. NATO's BIS Black Ops exposed without biometrics. February 2025 ultimatums forced resignations, QFS audits nuked slush funds in Ukraine, Africa, Latin America, poof, gone. The Khashoggi hoax. Deep state media BS to smear bin Salman, but Trump's got his back against the compromised CIA. Even Saudi-Israel ties. Trump's enforcing real peace, Palestinian statehood or bust, ending the elite's endless war profiteering through fake NGOs and UN rackets. Quantum contracts seal U.S. defense and AI deals, leaving globalists trapped. BIS lost 17 QFS chains by October. ECB clings to two gateways. BlackRock's Euro Shadow Fund dissolved November 6 after 82% of client pots flagged as stolen loot. Project Redemption soft launches December 4, 2025. Grab your QFS wallet, sync that 7-second ID via birth records, and watch your fiat flip to gold. Backed freedom. This trillion-dollar hammer smashes central bank tyranny. Trump and bin Salman hold the kill switch on the elite's vault, the Great Awakening accelerates, arrests loom, and Nizar/Jazara unleashes the wealth they stole from us. Rise up, Q family, the White Hats win. WWG Wonga. Restored Republic L. As twilight descends on this pivotal November 22, 2025, divine orchestration unfolds in the financial realms, with the global currency reset, GCR, and revaluation, RV, poised for launch imminently, fulfilling ancient prophecies of wealth transfer from the wicked to the faithful stewards of God's bounty. Iraqi dinar holders rejoice as 25,000 IQD becomes universally accepted by U.S. banks, while all global institutions transition to the quantum financial system, QFS, under ISO 20022 protocols utilizing XLM and XRP, securing prosperity for 8 billion souls in an unbreakable ledger of transparency and equity. Pentecostal payments cascade forth this very evening, triggering a domino effect that Wolverine confirms as the precursor to full redemption, with Trump's clandestine summits alongside UK, Japanese, and Saudi leaders aligning the stars for this jubilee of abundance. In a testament to heavenly mercy, Nizar/Jazara decrees activate nationwide debt forgiveness at midnight, nullifying mortgages, loans, credit burdens, and IRS enslavements in a global jubilee that dismantles the Federal Reserve's Rothschild grip, exposed since the illicit 1871 Act and 1900 gold standard betrayal. The Republic, re-inhabited since July 23, 2024, emerges sovereign and debt-free, reclaiming quadrillions in stolen gold and offshore assets through QFS mechanisms, marking the greatest wealth transfer in history. The cabal's black swan financial apocalypse, complete with stock and Bitcoin collapses, ushers in a quantum energy renaissance. Military guardians secure payout centers, ensuring every patriot receives their sovereign funds without delay, a divine restitution for years of faithful endurance. November 23, 2025, initial payouts commence for Tier 4B invitees, with broader access cascading through December, inviting us to steward this bounty in service to one another. In this eve of liberation, let us kneel in gratitude, for the formula of true happiness, seeking forgiveness, granting it freely, quickening our steps in purpose, and serving with joy, guides us home. Sunday 23 of November, 2025, the Constitution of the United States of America has been subverted and its legal authority diluted by a corrupt coalition of corporate and public interests, the fourth unelected branch of government. 14. Enjoy the show / documentary from Torres, Director's Cut. YouTube. These agencies have covertly been at work for decades to overthrow governments around the world with cultural infiltration, through entertainment, news and media. In this documentary, explore the origins of the CIA agencies, the CIA and CAA, the use of Hollywood and other aspects of culture to win the Cold War, and how these operations are still at work today. Learn missed information about world history, Ukraine and elections in the United States. This is the movie you have been watching and participating in. Enjoy the show. The Torres documentary, produced, directed and edited by Broken Anthem. Video editing and graphic animation by Texanon 1776 script. Supervisor BB Lambs. Audio editing by Wowza1 and JL Keys. Production manager Neptunez. The Real. Saturday, 22nd of November, 2025. A whistleblower has revealed to Candace Owens that the Egyptian plane spotted in Utah on the day of Charlie Kirk's assassination is tied to the Secret Service, DEA, DOJ, FBI, and several other agencies. The plane made multiple stops for so-called Saturday, 22nd of November, 2025. The dark layers of Disney, Epstein, and the CIA. Donald J. Trump. On Telegram. There are multiple layers to the satanic globalist deep state cabal. It also goes by many names and is made of numerous families which sit at the top. How long has the child trafficking aspect of this cabal really been operating? The answer is that there have always been honey trap operations, but they later evolved into honey traps using children. The children were also used by our intelligence agencies through the CIA's MKUltra program and the Monarch program for mind control operations, which are still conducted to this day but with a completely new method and operation using technology that is slowly being revealed to the public. Disney was just another way to have an unlimited pipeline and access to new children. Disney Cruise Lines would stop at Epstein's Island and St. Thomas for snorkeling trips and other excursions. These weren't just trips. They were a part of a global trafficking operation to bring children to and from the islands, hidden right in plain sight. Whose islands are also close to Epstein's Island? Richard Branson's Necker Island, who is owner of Virgin Records/Galactic. Whose island sits in the British Virgin Islands. James Biden and his associates also own an island named Water Island, which also was right across from a known military submarine base, and is only a very short boat ride to Epstein's Little St. James Island. Epstein also had submarine access to his Little St. James Island. Corrupt American judicial system. Sat. November 22, 2025, the U.S. House has just voted to ban no-cash bail in Washington, D.C., and prevents activist judges from routinely letting violent criminals back on the street. Finally, no-cash bail needs to be banned nationwide. Nizar and Jazara secrets on Telegram. Santa's Tales of Jail by author Thomas H. Tom Fairbanks is about to be released, and it's not your typical Christmas story. It is a first-hand account of the atrocities in an American justice system that has been weaponized against us, we the people, through lawfare, a two-tiered system of justice. Tom Fairbanks, Santa. Santa's Tales of Jail by author Thomas H. Tom Fairbanks is coming, and it's not your typical Christmas story. It is a first-hand account of the atrocities in an American justice system that has been weaponized against us, we the people, through lawfare, a two-tiered system of justice. A story that is told throughout an exchange of communications with the courts, attorneys, magistrates, judges, the director of the BOP, and even the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, as Santa exposes the corruption and incompetence of the Department of Justice, DOJ, Federal Bureau of Investigations, FBI, and the Bureau of Prisons, BOP, broken on purpose. Why? Saturday, 22nd of November, 2025. Military intel drop. Briefing Level 5. America under wartime command. Leaked briefings indicate the United States is no longer under civilian law. SCOTUS has been stripped of all power, its funding cut, and the corporate entity known as U.S. Incorporated quietly dissolved. Real authority now rests with a wartime president operating under military protocol. Since early October 2025, silent wartime protocols have been active, initiated after deep internal sabotage and foreign infiltration. These continuity measures, meant for nuclear war, were triggered after what insiders called unrecoverable systemic corruption. Under these conditions, the Constitution becomes secondary. The President commands absolute authority. Civilian agencies serve only as advisory shells. SCOTUS, powerless and defunded. Internal sources confirm the judiciary no longer governs under wartime command. The court now functions on minimal services with no power to challenge executive or military directives. As of October 1, all funding tied to the foreign bank-owned corporate government was cut off. Peacetime law is gone. Military law rules. U.S. Incorporated terminated the collapse of the corporate system, unable to repay $38+ trillion owed to the American people, ended the legitimacy of the old government. Legal frameworks dissolved, replaced by military operational control. No repayment. No legitimacy. No civil authority. Trump operating under military law. Sources close to Trump say he now acts as commander-in-chief under wartime jurisdiction, while public optics maintain the illusion of normalcy. SCOTUS cannot overrule a commander in wartime, one insider confirmed. We are witnessing not democracy, but the controlled demolition of the old republic. The final collapse of the old guard Federal Reserve. Functions frozen. DOJ and FBI under military review. Congress reduced to theater. New gold-backed financial instruments already prepared for controlled rollout. Americans will feel it soon, in prices, shortages, and silence. This was never a coup. It was an execution. The courts are broke. The Fed is cornered. U.S. Incorporated is gone. Trump isn't president. He's commanding a battlefield. And the final question remains, when will they tell the people? Or will they ever? Sunday 23rd of November, 2025. The Obama administration was making so many unauthorized payments to private insurance companies participating in Obamacare that they couldn't even keep up to cover their own tracks. Donald J. Trump, a government watchdog, has determined the Obama administration is violating its own healthcare law by illegally diverting up to $5 billion to private insurance companies participating in Obamacare. The U.S. Government Accountability Office is the nonpartisan federal watchdog that determines whether federal officials are spending taxpayer dollars in accordance with the law. In a legal opinion issued last week, the GAO accused the Obama administration of illegally diverting billions of taxpayer dollars to private insurance companies. The opinion concerned the administration's implementation of Obamacare's reinsurance program, one of several insurer bailouts designed to prop up Obamacare's rickety finances. Generally speaking, the reinsurance program taxes consumers in non-Obamacare plans to subsidize insurers who sell Obamacare plans. The program collects $25 billion from consumers, with $20 billion going to Obamacare participating insurers and $5 billion to the federal treasury. The law is specific: the amount that each health insurance issuer pays toward the $5 billion designated for the U.S. Treasury may not be used for the reinsurance program. But once insurance companies participating in Obamacare's exchanges started suffering huge losses and heading for the exits, the administration began funneling them the money that was supposed to go to the Treasury. The administration has so far diverted $3 billion, and counting. The administration was making so many unauthorized payments to private insurance companies participating in Obamacare that it's hard to keep them straight. Both the administration and the Supreme Court acknowledged that the operative text of the Affordable Care Act forbids certain payments to insurers participating in federally run exchanges. The administration is paying tens of billions of dollars to such insurers because it was able to convince the court to bless those payments anyway. It is making payments to insurers on behalf of exchange enrollees who are categorically ineligible for subsidies because they have incomes below the poverty line. It is paying insurers tens of billions of dollars in illegal cost-sharing payments that a federal judge ruled violate the Constitution. It is attempting to skirt a congressional ban on $2.5 billion in risk corridor payments to insurers that President Obama himself signed into law. It is even making illegal payments to insurance companies on behalf of members of Congress and their staff, giving Congress its own special exemption from Obamacare. Consistent with past practice, the Obama administration is thumbing its nose at the nonpartisan GAO by announcing it will continue to divert these taxpayer funds to insurance companies. If the rule of law means anything, it is that the government is as bound by law as are the people. If the people come to believe that the government is not, they will rightly conclude neither are they. Sunday 23rd of November. Was right when he tried to warn everyone with DOJ, emergency broadcast channel. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem confirms Democrats put together a shadow network of NGOs with the explicit purpose of overthrowing the United States. Literally treason. They create an entity to use government dollars, taxpayer dollars, to do something that the federal government isn't allowed to do. A shadow government operation that really has been used recently to undermine our country's national security. Today we are announcing that we have stopped all grant funding that's being abused by NGOs to facilitate illegal immigration into this country. So it's amazing to me the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been spent by the federal government that has been sent to NGOs to facilitate this invasion of our country. They're not just operating in the United States, they're operating outside of the United States to help make it easier for those who want to break our laws. ZB. Saturday 22nd of November. 2025. Trump has a blueprint to completely eradicate the Soros network. Election fraud and domestic terrorism. From U.S. taxpayer dollars being funneled through USAID, AWEB, The Open Society, Arabella Advisors, the Tides Foundation and other NGOs funding election fraud and domestic terrorists to steal elections and take over countries and implement communism across the world. Recently, the Open Society Foundation and 5 others linked to George Soros are involved in a scheme laundering more than $40 million in charitable donations through non-profits and redirecting them into the political race in NY. That is about to elect its first communist mayor. This is happening all over the US and in other countries around the world and is only one layer to this entire operation. This layer of fraud in the head of the snake must be removed before any real progress begins. It's time to make a move towards freedom, fairness, and accountability, aka Justice CC. Sunday, 23rd of November, 2025. Leaked military report: Trump's forces seized servers, activated QFS DNA cards, took down NATO towers and armed the EBS, FBI Director Kash Patel. Patriots, the cabal just got exposed big. In May 2024, 900 elite bankers flew into a black site currency stabilization summit under Rothschild orders. Delay the global reset, and keep us slaves to their fiat scam forever. They thought NATO encryption and private armies made them untouchable. They were wrong. Trump's white hats had eyes inside the whole time. Space Force quantum surveillance tracked every traitor. When the hammer dropped, special forces stormed the summit, seized every server, and locked down the data that will bury them at tribunal. Over 140,000 sealed indictments now active, raids hitting dumps in Greenland, Guam, Cheyenne Mountain, and under the Vatican. Confessions pouring out via AI frequency extraction. No more lies. QFS is live and biologically locked to your DNA, no cabal bloodline code can touch it. Their Project Dawn hijack attempt. Servers fried July 3, 2025 in Liechtenstein and Luxembourg. DNA access cards are already distributing in Texas, Florida, Romania, Serbia, gold-backed. Sol frequency tuned. No card, no new money. 68% of Tier 1 liquidity already converted to USTNS. NATO's secret frequency jamming towers in northern Italy, built by BlackRock and Moderna to block QFS sync and fake chaos during EBS, got blown offline October 28, 2025. Mockingbird media servers, CNN, NBC, BBC, seized. Legacy airwaves are going dark. EBS is armed, rehearsed, and waiting on Trump's final go. When it hits, 10 days of non-stop disclosure, election theft. The Rothschild empire is crumbling in real time. Their last desperate meeting just became their funeral. Trump didn't just save the republic, he's delivering the greatest wealth transfer in history straight to we the people. WWG1. The storm isn't coming, it's here. Share this before they try to scrub it. Nizar now. Victory is ours. ZD. Saturday, 22nd of November. Elon Musk was right when he tried to warn everyone with Doge. Nizar and Jazar exposed on Telegram. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem confirms Democrats put together a shadow network of NGOs with the explicit purpose of overthrowing the United States. Literally treason. They create an entity to use government dollars, taxpayer dollars, to do something that the federal government isn't allowed to do. A shadow government operation that really has been used recently to undermine our country's national security. Today we are announcing that we have stopped all grant funding that's being abused by NGOs to facilitate illegal immigration into this country. So it's amazing to me the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been spent by the federal government that has been sent to NGOs to facilitate this invasion of our country. They're not just operating in the United States, they're operating outside of the United States to help make it easier for those who want to break our laws. Z. Saturday, 22nd of November, 2025. Hillary Clinton, John Podesta, the Clinton Foundation and Uranium One. Is Hillary Clinton the most corrupt politician in U.S. history since Lyndon B. Johnson, Donald J. Trump? On Telegram. 20% of U.S. uranium went to the Russians, $145 million to the Clinton Foundation, and $35 million to John Podesta. A U.S. interagency committee including the State Department, in which Hillary Clinton was the head of, approved Rosatom's 2010 acquisition of Uranium One, a Canadian on the board of a company called Joule Unlimited who held some of the rights. in which he received a total of $33 million from the deal. The Clinton Foundation received $145 million from Uranium One investors like Frank Giustra, who also just happens to sit on the board of the Clinton Foundation and runs the Radcliffe Foundation, which donates large amounts to the Clinton Initiative and other charities. Frank Giustra is also the founder of Lionsgate Entertainment, a major film production studio in Hollywood, and has extensive ties to third world countries, Haiti, etc., through not only the Radcliffe Foundation and the Clinton Foundation, but an organization called the Alpida Project. The Alpida Project, which funds and facilitates mass migration in Europe, also has connections to foster children from all over the world, and just happens to use an almost exact match to an FBI-confirmed pedo symbol for their organization's official logo. Bill Clinton and Frank Giustra are known to be good friends and not only working together in each other's projects and foundations, but flying all over the world. While Hillary was in office, selling access to the administration through pay-to-play politics and the Clinton Foundation. This is how the money was moved. You want access, you make a charitable donation. This is just one way and layer to how they make and move their money. It's one big club and you ain't in it. You don't want to be either. Do the Clintons, especially Hillary Clinton, take the title of being the most corrupt politicians in history? ZF. Saturday, 22nd of November. 2025. American is outraged finding out our tax money is being used to buy homes for people on Section 8, the rabbit hole on Telegram. There are Section 8 programs where you can get a mortgage, and take your Section 8 rent payment and put it towards your mortgage. So did you know that we are paying our fellow citizens' mortgages too? You pay such high taxes that you can't afford your own life, you can't afford to buy your own house, you can't afford anything, but you're paying with your tax dollars, your overtaxed dollars, for somebody else to get a house and pay their mortgage. I am just disgusted. Since 2000, HUD has allowed a home ownership option within Section 8, instead of using the voucher for rent. An eligible family can use it to help pay a mortgage on a house they are buying. Working taxpayers who can't afford a home are paying for homes for people who don't work. ZG. Sunday, 23rd of November. 2025. The height of hypocrisy. Marjorie T. Green, U.S. debt clock on Telegram. She is trying to get out of Dodge before it gets too hot. The donor trails, the slush funds, the insider trading, the backroom deals. No foreign country has any business influencing the halls of U.S. Congress, she thunders in her resignation video, but Green's been their eager courtesan since day one. Her end foreign wars rhetoric masks a fortune in kickbacks from UAE and Saudi-linked POCs, funneled through her Save America PAC to the tune of $800,000 in 2024 alone for consulting on peace initiatives that never materialized. Leaked cables from the State Department, cross referenced in 2025 WikiLeaks drops, show her team brokering meetings with Qatari diplomats in exchange for $150,000 in travel reimbursements that bought her silence on arms sales to the Gulf. This isn't oversight, it's ownership. Her net worth ballooned 300% since 2021, per Open Secrets data, with no clear source beyond these shadowy wires. When she broke ranks on Ukraine aid in May 2025, it wasn't principle, it was leverage to extract more from Russian oligarch cutouts posing as energy investors in Georgia. The AI takeover she decries. Her family's gym chain, CrossFit Style, quietly inked a $2 million deal with a Chinese AI firm for surveillance tech in 2023, routed through her congressional franking privileges. Foreign meddling. She's the revolving door, and her exit slams it shut before the DOJ's FARA investigators kick it in. Do you believe anything coming from this Reno? She knows she will be exposed. She knows people are going to find out that she's a swamp creature. She knows people are going to look into her history and her husband. She knows the gig is up. So she is trying to deflect as much as possible before people start looking behind the curtain. ZH. Saturday, 22nd of November. 2025. Trump just activated the kill list. U.S. military invades Mexico to wipe out the cartel empire. John F. Kennedy Jr. It's happening right now. A top-secret presidential directive has been. When the first Hellfire missile hits a cartel fortress and the live streams go dark, remember, this is only phase 1. After Mexico, the targets move north, straight into the swamp. Trust the plan. The Great Awakening is here. WWG1, fight, fight, fight. The reckoning starts south of the border. And it's coming for every last one of them.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. The Insurrection Act. Is it coming soon? I believe it is. Democrats trying to start insurrection. Venezuela war coming soon. Stop drug trafficking. Possibly something going to happen with Mexico as well, and maybe some other South American countries. Cartel war in U.S. cities once we hit Venezuela, right? So we saw the demonstrations, which were supposed to be much bigger than they were, but they never really got traction, never really got the excitement and people behind it that Democrats expected, the deep state. So that was, didn't work out. They're going to try and, throw Epstein at Trump, the Epstein files at Trump. But lo and behold, there's lots of stuff that they thought was that they had destroyed when Obama's little puppet, Joe Biden, or the guy that looks like Joe Biden, came into office. They basically went on a destruction campaign. Now, Trump team, before they left, made sure they had everything. And then they were in the position where they could surveil everything, right? So that's what we've seen over this last 4 years, and now into Trump's first term or second term, first year of his second term. So we'll see a lot of this stuff because we'll talk about it in a minute, and I'll show you guys Q-Post, which basically saying we have everything, right? And just recently they found some burn bags in the FBI. That happens never, all right? So burn bags are a controlled item, and when they're filled, that's controlled substance, and they go right straight to being burned, all right? Somebody has custody of them the whole time. So for them to come out and say, oh, look, we found burn bags, and then they start coming out with what's starting to roll out of the Democrats and some rhinos and some Hollywood types that have had, evidence of being involved with Epstein, right? And Epstein child trafficking and so forth. So that's coming out. We've already had one bigwig, and I guess he used to be buds with Epstein, and even asked him advice on dating or some crazy. So he had been, I don't know, some head of Obama's or Biden's administration for finance or something. He was at Harvard, and he resigned from Harvard and went away. Now, I'm kind of like, why? Why would you resign? I mean, we have like in Virginia, we had somebody was running in one of the races there in Virginia that had sent an email and his children, yet he went on to win, and he's going to be in office. So nothing happened to him. There wasn't an outrage about him from Virginians. All right. So why did this guy resign? Was there more dirt? Did he know that they were going to come out with some more stuff? Did they tell him maybe that they were going to come out with some more stuff? Now we know that the Clintons were involved with Epstein on a very, very bad level. Now Bill Clinton has distanced himself from the Hillary Clinton lookalike. So we're going to see a lot of these people basically turn tail and run. We've seen a lot of the Hollywood celebrities that have and are saying they're going to go overseas, going to live overseas, and maybe in some places that they go to, they're not going to be welcome. I think one of them that went to Ireland, she wanted some kind of diplomatic immunity and so forth. And they're like, nope, we're not going to give that to you. So she went to Australia. So maybe the Australians will give her some, but I doubt it. Right? They got hammered. I think next year we're going to see Australians get their guns back. I'm predicting that, but I think they're going to get their guns back. Right? So that will be the end of the deep state in Australia. So they're almost, I think, the end of the deep state in Australia already. But I think that the Australians saw what was played on them, and they're going to want their guns back, just like Americans. And that may play in a lot of other areas. New Zealand may get their guns back at some point after that scam of a mosque shooting. I said right away that was a scam. That was like total BS. That was like some guy with paintball gun or something. I was running around and shooting people in corners, and the way they reacted, and complete BS. All right. So yes, Andrew, I believe I'm right. So I'm right if you guys decide I'm right. Right. So I see it, but things can change. People can not get involved, but I think the Aussies want their guns back. Right. I think the Canadians, although a few years ago, supposedly they gave up their guns. I don't think they did. Right. Most Canadians did not give up their guns. And when they become part of the U.S. or portion of Canada become part of the U.S., they would just like buy guns like crazy. Right. Right. It's going to happen. Yes. So predictions, some of them come true. Most of them do in my case. But we'll see a lot of things going forward. So let's jump into the Insurrection Act. So the Insurrection Act of 1807 is the U.S. federal law that empowers the President of the United States to nationally deploy the U.S. military and to federalize the National Guard. Now, we've already seen National Guard deployed, units and Marine Corps in California, in L.A. That was easy for them because they have a massive base in Camp Pendleton. So all they had to do is just drive a little distance up north and get involved, and they did. I think we're going to see Marines in most major cities coming up, guys, and it may happen fairly soon. It may happen before Christmas, right? So we're just going to be watching that. So we're going to see these things happen. So why would you do Insurrection Act? Suppression of civil disorder, armed rebellion. These are things that I believe they're going to resort to in these Democrat cities because they have not been successful with their demonstrations. The demonstrations went over like a wet blanket, right? Right. So they got thrown right off. No one really got that much involved. I guess they're instigators that they pushed in there to try to get everybody like fired up like they did with the George Floyd. It didn't work, right? So I think Democrats, I'm saluting you Democrats that are like, not falling for this bullshit. Keep it up. We're all going to combine here pretty soon. Not everybody, but those that don't, those that are violent, unfortunately, violence will be met with violence, right? But there will be people in positions to, like if I came into a party and I was hanging out and you saw me like, making sure everything was cool, you'd feel pretty comfortable, wouldn't you? Right? Yes, you would. And I know people love to have me around. So imagine the Marines come into a city and you have perhaps some bad people at the party, and they see the badass, because I have a master's degree in badassery, right? So when I come into a situation, no one F's around, right? F around and find out, right? I actually have a shirt. I was going to wear that. I have a shirt on my site where I sell clothing. So FAFO, and it's got a big angel. You got the angel wings with a sword. So that's Archangel Michael stuff. All right. So master's degree in badassery. You could use that if you want, right? But you've had to have done a lot of work in that area, right? So I've done a lot of work in that area, so I can claim that. So it is one thing that we're going to see with the Marines. They're badasses. They're the most exceptional military unit in the world. And when they come, I saw them. I saw them in Iraq. I saw them in Afghanistan. When they showed up, everybody behaved, right? And if they didn't, they got spanked. They effed around or they found out, and then they behaved, right? So the Marines have there's a lot of respect for Marines. So if the Marines come to these cities with these cartel members, and it's time, and they're like, go get them, they're done, right? The Marines are like, you tell them to go, and they don't stop until it's done, right? So that's what we're going to see, I believe, in these insurrectionist cities. It depends on, which ones they are. Could be some pretty good devastation in them. I think we're going to see a lot. I see a lot in my mind's eye. I see a lot of drone warfare being utilized. Small drones will go inside of buildings. Doors will be blown that are suspect of holding our cartel members, and drones will fly in, little tiny drones that will go in and survey. So we don't have to send a bunch of guys in, slamming into these rooms. That's the way I learned at SEAL Team 6. We blew the doors, and the shock of that, a flash crash into the room, if we weren't blowing the doors, shocked everybody. I can tell you, what flash crash goes off, or demolitions used, the overpressure in a room from a demolition charge and from a flash crash will knock the heck out of you. If you're not, I'm trained, I can handle it, right? I know how my team would move, so I would be part of the resistance sometimes. We play, reverse roles. We be like the guys going in to get the terrorist or rescue the hostages or both. And I remember being with the gun with the hostage and getting shot. Right, we have face mask on, so we're excellent shots. And but in today's day, we don't have to like just blow into those rooms. It's going to be really good. And there's ways to pie a room and so forth that we've learned over time. In fact, I see some people talking about some Aussies in the house. I learned the pieing in Australia long ago, how they would like pie instead of going into the room, they'd be outside the room. They just pie. They pie. Think of a pie, and you're outside the room instead of like rushing into the room. You're outside the room, and you're just slowly move and rotate your barrel, and you cover the room that way instead of going in. Very effective. Very effective. And so, yes, lots of good guys that are going to be involved in this. That little son just wants to come in there and peek in, and we can't have that. We can't have the sun blinding us, right? Because it does that. It likes to like get over my head and give me a halo. So everybody's like, "Oh, Mike is, yes, I'm tapped in." So yeah. Fancy stuff, right? Lowering the blinds with remote control. That's cool. And so insurrection. Now, Trump accuses, like we've talked about, and everybody knows by now, 6 Democratic lawmakers of seditious behavior. You think he's just like joking around here? Now, let's talk about that a little bit. Now, I said right away that was total BS. I've never seen anything like that before in my entire life, in my entire career. Horrific. And I posted it. I was like, I completely, support these 6 Democrats that, insurrectionist, seditious behavior, for them to be arrested and tried by a military tribunal. And then if they're guilty, then to be held accountable, right? And we know what that means. If you're treasonous, you're going to go bye, right? You're going to get a nice little necktie and you're going to dance, right? So, and I hope we get to watch that. All 6 of them do a little dance, all right? And so it reminds me, I just do a little dance, make a little bye-bye tonight. Yeah, I shouldn't go there, but the disco times. I remember, get down, 6 Democratic lawmakers. They have sent dozens of JAG officers to Washington, D.C., dozens, military lawyers, all right? So judicial action is coming for a lot of people, and probably for those 6. So I said that, yeah, they should do the military tribunal, because what are they saying? They're saying military, and some of them have military backgrounds, and some of them are CIA. So they know better, right? But what happened? Jeffrey Epstein files, they pushed it. They thought they were going to get Trump, and then it's like, oh, look what we found. Look what we found. And they're like, oh shit, we gotta like go heavy now. So here we have these 6 throwaway Democrats, because that's what's going to happen to them. They're going to be thrown away. All right. Sacrifice yourself. Right. So it's called seditious behavior at the highest level, Trump said. Absolutely. So let's say that we're all at the party, and, we're hanging out, we're having drinks. And I say, people that drink wine, they should just have their heads cut off. And you'd be like, what? If you're drinking wine. So I personally like red wine. I like all wine. I like beer, wine, not alcohol so much, but I partake occasionally. Tonight I'm going to take my lovely, and we're going to have some champagne and nice food and steaks and lobster. So you can say something like that in a crowd, and it's like people like, but if there's like a military guy that's on a submarine or on an aircraft that is kind of like leans a little bit left, and he just got the okay from upper level, because these are Congress people. So some of these people that are in these groups. Now, when you get a lawful order, Trump has never given an unlawful order ever. So why are they talking this? They're trying to give cover for people that are maybe leftist. Now, we know that cartel members went into the military. We already know that. It's like, and that's the way the military is. Oh, we'll make a good man or woman out of you, right? You want to leave drug trafficking behind? Okay. But we know that some of them that went in there specifically to play like the good guy, and they're in there to do bad things in the military. So then you have these clowns, and I think of them as being in clown suits, making these comments, and with their painted faces and stuff. They have potentially caused some serious problems. And if imagine something happens. Imagine, I don't know, we're going into Venezuela, and somebody's told to launch the missiles, launch the Tomahawk from the submarine, and somebody's like, oh, that's bullshit, and sabotages it and blows the whole sub up. Yeah, this is what happens, guys, because we saw that with the Gulf War, where we had a lot of Muslims that were in the military that were throwing hand grenades and commanders' tents. We saw the one guy down in Texas. We can have this happen, and if you have people like that trying to instigate it, which I don't think has ever happened in history, and if it has, it was dealt with immediately. So I think we're very close. We're very close, right? We have Tina Peters was just put in solitary confinement. Now we know she has medical issues. So I would not be surprised. They're like, dang it, we need to launch the Insurrection Act so we can get in there with some Marines. And if that's not good enough, we'll send in the Special Forces guys, or maybe both, and rescue her, right? And anybody wants to get in the way, bye-bye, right? We have some serious problems in some of these Democrat cities, guys, right? Very serious problems. So again, if you have the leadership, you have the governor of Colorado that's like, screw Trump. He's saying, release her or else. And he's saying, screw Trump. Everyone below him is like now going to resist. Everyone below him that wants to resist is going to resist. Now, that doesn't mean everybody, but there's a lot of people that will probably put up some fight, guys, and we're gonna see this going forward, unfortunately. So all 6 of those at some point will be punished. Their punishment will be death, right? That's my belief. Whether it happens or not remains to be seen, but I think we're going to see it. It's pretty obvious to me. So the Epstein files, like I talked about, it's a collection of documents related to the investigations and prosecutions of Jeffrey Epstein, right? Trump kept egging them on. It's like, why do you want to keep going after that? And everybody's like, because it's there's a lot of illegality there, like children, and I don't know. So he's like, reel them in. All right. So you want those files released, do you? All right. You thought you destroyed all the ones that related to you, didn't you? So now we got the stuff on you, and that's what's going to happen. So Kash Patel uncovers burn bags in a closet. Just some closet had some burn bags. That is so funny to me. A new report claims that FBI Director Kash Patel, did he personally find these? Found bags filled with documents. I guess, he's a leader, so he's just going to take, yep, I'm the leader here. If there's anyone wants to talk shit, I'm the leader. I'm in charge here, right? So I'm not going to have a subordinate, take the heat. I'm going to take it. So there we go. The report from Fox News said burn bags in a previously unknown sensitive compartmented information facility, or SCIF, at head a SCIF. So a sensitive compartmented information facility. So just a random one, just tucked away somewhere. Everybody forgot about it. These things cost millions of dollars. I remember when we were in Pakistan, we created a SCIF so we could, in a small room, in one of our command structures, we would have walled little compounds, and in these compounds, we had Pakistani security, and a lot of these guys were like former military. Really, some of them were really good guys. And I think sincerely, and then some of them would have ran, like we saw at some other bases, like in Benghazi. So we're seeing, a lot of this silliness. So in Pakistan, we had in our, walled, compound, where not only did we have Pakistani, we also had us like badasses, with degrees in badassery. We were all, standing guard too, and we had, of course, with body armor and stuff. I could have my body armor, my sidearm, and my rifle on and heading out the door. I think probably about 15 seconds or less, right? So throw the covers back, put it on, out the door, right? I might not be all that presentable, for. I'm not going to have all my, badass hoochie coochie clothes on for. I'm going to be ready to go, right? So that's the way it was in these compounds. So they created a SCIF. I think it cost well over $1 million. It was just one room. It was a radio room, and the wires into it. It cost over $1 million, and then Osama bin Laden got taken down, and we stripped it. And we left that compound. So things happen very quickly, but obviously things are happening at the FBI, right? And they're like, oh God, look at that. Let's look what we found. Oh, look, there's stuff on Jeffrey Epstein here. Oh, you Democrats, you bad Democrats. Did you guys think that we wouldn't find this stuff? All right, so let's look at the past. Let's look at the past, and the past will inform us. So we've talked about Q for a long time. Of course, they've come in and said Q was BS and blah, 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 right? So Q, the Q boards were basically, I think, Intel. It was when I look at the Q boards, the Q Intel drops, that was like badassery, right? Badass Intel drops for all of us humans, right? On the other side of the Intel wall. All right. So from that, QAnons would come in and they'd have their comments. And that's where we had, some bad actors come in and make comments. And that's why Q got a bad name. Of course, when we see all of the media that's controlled by the deep state, come in and say it's conspiracy theory stuff. It's like it's a no-go, right? So all of you guys that fell for it, you're dumb, right? And the rest of us are like, you guys suck. You guys need to go bye-bye. All right, so here, let's look at it. Let's look at what was said. Let's look at what was said, right? So, yeah, we have it all. We have it all. How about that? So when was this? This was April 26, 2018. So it's been a little while, right? The right people have the information. Good people are acting on the information. Think Goog. I don't know if that's Google or what the heck that is, but, they talk in riddles. Think NK. I guess QAnon will probably say, oh, geez, Mike, it means this. And maybe I've heard of this over the years, but many shared users, foreign and domestic, verifiable access codes, fake emails, game forum comms, new intel revealed today, Gmail comms, define Evergreen. So Evergreen was the CIA business front, right? So and then I remember that Evergreen ship that went sideways in the Suez Canal. Oh, I was all over that. My remote viewing was like blew that up. My platform blew up. Newsweek came out and talked shit about me. So like, I must be really hitting home runs on this stuff. So yeah, it is. There's a lot of us that are tapped into this stuff. Q is God info, in my opinion. And so some of us are tapped into. If you've gone through. If you have a master's in badassery, then you're probably tapped into God's source, right? And God talks through you. So that's what I feel. So anyway, you can take it for whatever it is. Jair Bolsonaro arrest. So the Trump of the South America, Brazil. So they went through the same process that we did with J6, but their I don't know what date it was, but they felt that the election was stolen from Bolsonaro in Brazil. It was, right? And Bolsonaro and Trump are really good friends. And afterwards, Bolsonaro came up and met with President Trump, or former President Trump. He was out too. So I don't know. Maybe they're crowning each other's shoulders, but I doubt it. But so they were probably game planning, guys, right? So Jair Bolsonaro was arrested on November 22nd, right? That's today. After being deemed a concrete flight risk. Concrete. It's like solid, or is that like we're going to wrap him in concrete and dump him in the water? His feet will be wrapped in concrete and he will go for a long swim. All right. So I don't know. Pretty crazy stuff. He's got 27 years in prison for doing basically what J6 was, right? They blamed it on him, just like they tried to blame J6 on Trump. But we know that there were instigators on both sides. In the crowd, I saw a lot of them. I commented on a lot of them. Now, we were definitely getting jammed. Those of us that were at J6, our phones weren't working. Definitely getting jammed while we're there. So we weren't allowed to do real-time information, but I took video and pictures, right? but I was very smart about how I used those. I was going to put those up. I remember doing a YouTube and, talking about it, but I never put any of that stuff up so they could be used against me. And fortunately, no FBI bubbas came to my door, right? Although it seemed like there were some people that were in my chats occasionally that were threatening that was going to happen to me. But that was all, like we saw a disinformation campaign and, the threats from the deep state and the leftists. So imagine, and I can't imagine that the leftists get in charge again. That's not going to ever happen again. That will never, ever, ever happen here in America again. That was America's most darkest 4 years ever. I think it was darker than the Revolutionary War, Civil War. It was horrific, right? And it was all leftists. The leftists were coming after us. Remember how they said that we were going to be violent? We never were violent the whole 4 years, but damn, they were against us. Damned if they weren't against us, right? Throwing everybody in jail, left and right. Trump team in jail, trying to throw Trump in jail. Lawfare like crazy at him. So Jair Bolsonaro, the lawfare down there is really going after him. Now, this is very interesting because we're coming on the invasion, I believe, of Venezuela by the U.S. military. And I don't know if how much invasion is going to be involved, but they're going to blow the hell out of the military, and basically somebody else is going to take over, right? So in Brazil, so you can start to put the pieces of the puzzle together, right? You got the Epstein files, and then you have the 6 Democrats that will be tried and executed for treason. You have down in Brazil, you have just recently the military in this one area and the police went after drug gangs. So protests erupted. Of course, there were the drug gang families. Right? After police raid in Brazil leaves 119 dead. Drug cartel members, as they would run away from the police, they would shoot back over their shoulders, and anybody in the street, stray bullets being shot randomly, right? Just to cover their running away, right? And they put vehicles, burning vehicles, and they had stanchions in the road that they put up real quick, all kind of crazy stuff. So a lot of people are starting to see. So I believe that was a pushback on Lula. So Lula was the guy that basically took over for Bolsonaro, and he was inserted by big time. He was actually, I think he was imprisoned for election fraud at one point. And then once he gets out, then he shouldn't be able to run for office again, but he runs for office and becomes the president of Brazil. Yeah. So Brazilians are like, bullshit. And so they push back. Of course, they're leftists in Brazil, love him. But Lula did not come and help the guys when they were going after these drug gangs in these multiple neighborhoods. And there was like a total war that erupted. Now, I believe that type of war that we saw in Brazil with the police and the paramilitary groups going after the drug cartels is what we will see in big blue cities, right? Because you look at all of the governors and the mayors in the big blue cities, they're all paid and bought, just like the Mexican, what's her name? The Mexican president, can't think of her name right now. But anyway, we know that she, and everybody in Mexico knows that she's bought and paid for by the drug cartels. Claudia Sheinbaum, right? And I'm not looking to see if somebody wrote that. If you did, good job, right? But it came to me. So I'm trying to make my brain think more. I cheat sometimes. I like have you guys think for me. I'm like, no, I need to make my brain think. So, but yeah, I still like the help. If I get stuck, yeah, I like your help. But yeah, so Claudia Sheinbaum, Jewish princess, right? So she's you know, the head of the drug cartels of Mexico. So people are like, you know, about to go revolutionary and down in Mexico. Now, what's also interesting about this, so we have Brazil getting ready to, like, you know, push back and roll over there and probably go insurrection mode in Brazil. We're probably going to see the same thing in Mexico. Trump was recently asked, would he launch strikes in Mexico to stop drugs? And he says, it's okay with me. So, of course, the press has twisted that and said that President Trump is going to bomb Mexico. Right? No, he's going to bomb the drug cartels, not Mexico. He's going to drive big difference. All right. So, you know that he's really beefed up with military all along the border, right? And I guess the Mexicans, the Mexican military and, you know, police were like staging a border crossing, because a lot of us have said that's coming. So they were practicing it. So, yeah, after I guess Trump said that, yeah, we're going to bomb the drug. I mean, we're going to bomb Mexico. So he's not going to come out and say it, of course. But we know. Consuela? Consuela? No. No, it wasn't Consuela. So we're going to see this thing kick off, guys. So when it kicks off, that's when the drug cartels, I believe, in the big cities are going to kick off, and we're going to do the Insurrection Act, right? And after we get the Insurrection Act, then those 6 knuckleheads are going to stand trial and go bye-bye. And anybody else who wants to play that game going forward, we got some governors want to talk smack, right? You want to FAFO? Come on, let's go. So we've already seen Newsom has already started talking smack. So he's already got that FAFO going on. He gets a little bit more, and he's gonna find out, right? I think he's already found out. I don't think that's Newsom. I think Newsom, when he disappeared for 2 weeks, that's when he went bye-bye, and they like, oh, we got to like put somebody back in there. California is our biggest moneymaker for the deep state. We just suck all the taxes out of there, and all the businesses that are still there. Most of them left now by now, but the ones that are still there, we're ripping them off. So I think that very shortly we're going to see some problems, probably in. Maybe not so much as Sacramento, maybe a little bit, maybe. Now I like Sacramento. I remember long ago when I went through a Marine Corps climbing course up in Pico Meadows, California. Thank you, Marine Corps. That was a great course. I would go for Liberty to Sacramento one time when they had a jazz festival. So the jazz festivals in Sacramento are like epic. So, you know, it's like every other Democrat city, unfortunately. Sacramento also has a homeless problem. So, and I think that's absolutely going to be corrected very soon. Once we get the military in there, it's all gonna be cleaned up. Those poor people are gonna be helped, and all the billions that Democrats have been skimming that's supposed to be used to help them, that's going to be utilized in a more positive way. So, and that'll happen throughout California. California is like the worst of all, but so is Seattle, so is Portland. Portland's been a shithole for a long time. Although when I was in back in the 80s, 81, I think, early 81, it was the most beautiful city in America, voted the most beautiful city in America. Rose Festival, you know, just absolutely a magnificent city. And now it's an absolute shithole after years and years of Democrats there. So it's gonna get turned around. So Detroit and all these other places that were once magnificent cities will be turned around, I think, over the next 8 to 10 years. All right. So Trump and then probably JD Vance. That's I'm kind of iffy on Vance, but the more I kind of look at it, probably Vance. He's got the best shot at it. He's being trained, obviously, by the Trump, and he's doing a good job. So I think he's going to be, and there could be, like I've said, Trump may not make it his full term, right? So, and if he doesn't, and you have Vance trained up, it's an easy transition. So we may see 12 years of Vance, 8, 9, 10 years of Vance as president. So that's a possibility. And I know everybody wants Trump to be, I mean, look how long Trump has been there for us, guys. It just absolutely unbelievable. All right, so we're starting to see U.S. troops invade Mexico and dramatic escalation of tensions as Pentagon scrambles to contain the fallout. Oh, yeah, you guys want to practice coming over the border? We'll just go ahead and come over the border. Oh, are we on the wrong side? Oh, okay, sorry. So they're at some beach somewhere, and they started driving 6 signs into the ground which said, "Warning, restricted area," while Mexican personnel watched. Right? So, written in English and Spanish, they claimed that the beach was the property of the U.S. Department of Defense and had been declared restricted by the commander. They also said unauthorized access or photography was not allowed in that area, and that if you're found here, you may be detained and searched. All right. So it's on. The like little games are being played. That's the way these things usually kick off, guys. All right, so here's a picture of it. There's the boys on the beach. They're all rigged out. So they got their helmets, got all their body armor, got their weapons. They're ready to throw down. Is that some guys like skipping around in the water? That's so unprofessional. Why not? Here we go. The signs also said unauthorized access of photography, warning, and then, of course, in Espanol as well. This Department of Defense property has been declared a restricted area. Oops, that was actually Mexico. But, you know, it may be they're showing them. Maybe they're showing them what's coming. Yes, it is coming. It is coming. We're going to claim this area for a little bit. And if anybody comes over this line, they're going to get they're going to F around and they're going to find out. Right. So you cartel, military looking guys that try to come over this line, bye-bye. We're going to have drone strikes. We're going to have Hellfire missiles from our drones come in and blow your booty up. And so bye-bye. So don't mess around. I think it's going to be pretty cool. It's an easy fix. And of course, then we'll pull back because Mexican people will be like, thank you for kicking their ass because it made it easier for us to get our country back. And we'll be like, yeah, you don't like the drugs. We don't like the drugs. So now the drugs are gone and we're all hunky-dory. And Mike's going to come down and hang out in Cozumel and Cancun and all those other places, have a great time. Margaritas and margaritas and what was I thinking? Rum runners, right? I like rum runners too. So anyway, National Guard is in how many cities? Well, they're in Los Angeles. National Guard is the forefront, is like basically laying the foundation for the Marines to come in, all right? And maybe the Army, all right? Maybe the Army, I'm just picking. Washington, D.C., Chicago, Illinois, authorized deployment, but legally challenged. Memphis, Tennessee, active deployment. In Memphis, they're doing it really, I mean, the people in Memphis are loving it. That's the way it should be everywhere. Portland, troops on standby, and other cities are being tasked, like New York. Maybe when Mamdani came down, Trump was like, hey, you're a communist. And, you know, I've said bad things about you. But if you let our troops in, I'll be cool. I'll be cool, all right? And Mamdani's like, okay. So troops go in, and then eventually Mamdani, Dummy, is going to go bye-bye. You know, they were talking about how all the New Yorkers were going to like flee to Florida. They didn't do it. They didn't do it. All right. There may be a few, but it's not happening on big numbers. All right. New Yorkers are like, oh, F that. F that. We're not living up our city. We're going to fight. We're going to fight. I think New York is going to fight for the city. I think it's going to happen. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, they're going to fight for the city, right? Get it. Baltimore, that's a tough one. Baltimore is really, really bad. And Oakland also really, really bad. So 2 cities that are crumbling. Once magnificent cities, of course, Baltimore was Nancy Pelosi's mafia father, ran that city as a mayor and brought in the drugs and made it the heroin capital of America. So not so good. So Nancy is, of course, Mafia Don's daughter, and that's how she's gotten away with a lot of stuff. And that's not gonna work out so good for her in the future. And I think maybe it's already come back to bite her in her. Her husband likes men, and I think that we haven't. I think some of us know, just like Hillary likes women, right? I think Nancy likes women, right? So, but I don't care. So whatever. Tracking buildup of U.S. military planes and warships near Venezuela. All right, so it's getting. Yeah, we're just sending ships down there. We're not really going to invade that country. We have the biggest aircraft carrier in the world there, right? Several U.S. military planes have been identified operating off the coast of Venezuela. Were those the ones that basically blew those speedboats out of the water that were running drugs? Yeah, those were some of the ones that were identified. Yeah, but they've had B-1 bombers go over. I think even B-52s fly over. It's a little intimidation going on. The buildup is the largest U.S. military presence in Latin America in decades, and has since I don't know. I was there for the invasion of Panama. I guess I don't remember where we had a bunch of ships off the coast, but it was a special forces deal pretty much. So the buildup is the largest military presence in decades, and military action against Venezuela. This comes after a series of U.S. airstrikes against alleged. BBC, of course, wrote this. Alleged. They saw them come out of they know where the warehouses are, where they're creating the drugs, because they have like crazy amounts of electricity going in these warehouses that's being used. And that's to build out the, what's the one drug where they have to like use a lot of electricity? Crack. So they're crack cocaine. So I guess it takes a lot of electricity. And then you have, it uses so much electricity, whatever, and there's chemicals involved. And you go through the Appalachians and you see burned out trailers where they were manufacturing meth and all that stuff. It's crazy. So it's very obvious to find these places. Fly over with infrared detector, and you see like massive amounts of energy coming from buildings. And then you see them like coming out with crates of lots of stuff and meth and cocaine and all the stuff that they're making. And they go in these boats and then they drive off, and you know what they're doing. Come on. There's probably people on the ground. There's intel coming, human intelligence. They probably have a lot of people working in there that, man, those guys that go into those drug gangs. Oh, that's some scary shit. I heard one guy talking about that, where he was wired up one time, and he's working this one drug gang in the United States, and they were like, okay, strip down. because they suspected him. So he was wired, and he had the like little box or whatever. And so he's stripping down. He stripped everything down. This guy's like starting to search his clothes, and I guess his wife had this feeling, and she's with the kids, so she pulls over and starts praying. And this guy so he had a team that was basically they were getting ready to come in because they could hear there was an issue. So they're going to crash into the building and start shooting all these knuckleheads. But she's praying, and he's had all these other incidents, kind of like me, that the guy that was searching just somehow passed over the wires, just missed them, and passed over the device to collect, the sound and all that stuff. But crazy stuff like that, those guys that infiltrate in these drug gangs, FBI and all those guys, holy smokes. Wow. That's crazy. That's some crazy shit. I mean, I've been in combat zones, but these guys pushing the envelope, man. That's tough. So where are the U.S. warships? USS Gerald Ford, the largest aircraft carrier in the world. Largest, I think, maybe ship in the, if you look at some of those oil tankers, they're the largest ships in the world. But as far as like military ship, that is the largest military ship in the world. All right, so you got all of the support that goes along with the USS Gerald Ford, and it's got lots of ships around it, and all these other ships, guided missile cruisers, command, special operations command ship. So there's Delta's down there, SEAL Team 6 is down there, Green Beret, SEALs, Rangers. You got some serious peeps down there ready to kick some serious booty, right? So I think they're gaming it, and it'll be like a massive strike when it goes down, right? So lots of planes now. They can have the aircraft carriers right there, but of course Puerto Rico's right there as well. And as we've seen, President Trump can fly planes all the way around the world and back again, and blow the hell out of anything and with precision. So if they're real close, that makes it a lot easier. All right, U.S. B-52 long-range bombers briefly appeared on flight tracking website. So they've been over there. I think the stealth jets and all kind of F-35 fighter jets, all kind of stuff has been flying over there. All right, so they're basically intimidating them. So there's Venezuela, and there's Florida. Not so far. Puerto Rico, is that right over there? I think so. I think that's Puerto Rico right there. So they're very close. Of course, Cuba, right there, and Haiti and Dominican Republic. So we're buds with Dominican Republic. I work with some of those guys in Iraq. They're really good guys. I did a trip. I got a expense trip, paid trip to Dominican Republic. I always want to go there after working with those guys in Iraq back in the, what was that? 2002, 2003. Really good guys. And so I get to go there, LifeWave. High up in LifeWave. So they pay for my trips to all kind of exotic places. So I went there and I was very happy. Very, very good people in Dominican Republic. Beautiful, beautiful island. Of course, Haiti, just right on the other side, at the other end of the island, not so much. Quite a shithole, unfortunately. So, and that's the deep state stuff. Of course, Hillary Clinton and her brother was there getting the gold from Haiti. What a bunch of horrible people. They did, HAARP on them, created the earthquake so they could get control of the island. That's so crazy. So we got to take these people down. So, conducting strikes. So off of Colombia, Colombia could be another target, I think, for us. Or at least not Colombia, because we were pretty much cool with Colombia. But the cartels that are in Colombia. I think there are going to be some strikes there. So 6 strikes off the Colombian coast, 7 strikes off Venezuelan, 3 strikes off the north eastern coast of Colombia. So, and then 3 strikes off of Mexico. So, 1 strike off Dominican Republic. Uh-oh. Was it coming there? Was it leaving there? That's kind of interesting. So we're going to see some serious action down south, and I think that's why they have so many down there now. In Puerto Rico, I guess they have a lot of Marines. Now the Marines, I think, if we do the Venezuelan strike, we could probably see the Marines not go to Venezuela into the jungles and stuff, but to American cities and go after the cartels in American cities, right? That's what I think is going to come. So it's easy for them to, if we do the Insurrection Act, for them to fly from Puerto Rico and right into American cities. And then, of course, so there's National Guard, places where they have all those military vehicles. They'll like start rolling them out, and I don't know if Marines take control of them or what happens. I don't know. I don't know how the Marines are going to get their vehicles and so forth, but maybe they're pre-positioned. We'll see. All right, so lots of interesting things. What a large-scale U.S. military action against Venezuela will look like. Maduro said 8 vessels plus a nuclear submarine armed with 1,200 missiles deploying to the region were a historic threat to Latin America. Yes, and there's a lot more. There's a lot more. 1,200 missiles, that's drop in the bucket. U.S. warships and the nuclear-powered fast attack submarine. Of course, we can send a lot of them there, and that's just the ones you know about. And then, of course, the Special Forces guys have all kind of secretive stuff. So lots of ships down there, guys. USS Lake Erie, CG-70, got a missile cruiser, Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers, USS Jason Durham, USS Gravely, USS Sampson, and embarked U.S. Coast Guard law enforcement attachment team. So, again, we have U.S. Coast Guard, too, which can do interdiction and so forth out in the international waters as well. So lots of volume of military can come into this very quickly, and I think they will. Trump addresses Marjorie Taylor Greene feud after dubbing her a traitor as MAGA faithful turn on each other. So I don't see it as that. I think Greene. Now I really haven't liked Greene for a long time. I even one time said, and I wasn't kidding at the time, but maybe I was wrong, that she was a man. Right? I don't know. But so other people said, yeah, I think so. But I looked, and I don't know if she had kids or what. But so I don't want to insult her. That I don't want to piss women off. But she looks like a man to me. Right. So anyway. Haven't liked her for a long time, and not because of that. It's just that she rubbed me the wrong way, and as we're seeing now, she's a baddie, right? Trump dubbed her a traitor in a True Social post. Now I saw where she made her statements at 4-7 minutes. I forget how long it was, but she had it all. Somebody had written it for her, I think. So. Because I don't think she's playing for the good guys guy. I don't think so. And I don't think she has for a long time. So she basically read out her version of the way things are. And Trump is like, she's a nice person. Good luck to her. Right. So I think that's perfect. That's the way it should be. Right. And because she's done. And it's funny because Laura Loomer, minutes after she resigned, Laura Loomer said, "Loomered," because I guess she was hammered pretty hard too. So she's out. Now, she's not out yet. You know what? She said she was going to be leaving in January 5th. So I guess Congress comes back. So she's abandoning GOP. So we know how we're tight on people in the House. So she's leaving. that should tell you right there she's not on our side, right? So she should stick it out till the end. But she's going to resign. Now, you're like, oh, she's going to resign. She doesn't, just one party system. You know, she's always been a MAGA supporter, blah, blah, blah. When she resigns on the 5th, she will have been, on the 3rd is when it happens, but by the 5th, she has 5 years. 5 years in Congress. Why is that important? Because she gets retirement. Resign right now, Marjorie. Right now. If you're going to resign, do it right now. No. She's going to wait till the 5th of January so she can get her retirement for life. I worked for 24 years in the SEAL teams, risked my life in combat action, risked my life jumping out of planes, high altitude, low opening, blowing stuff up, shooting crazy, the tier 1, you name it, I've done it. Badassery, big time. So now when I retired, I couldn't retire until 20 and get a pension. Now I retired with 24 years, but when I retired, I get the same amount as a cook in the United States. Not to diss the cooks. Cooks are great. I love the cook food, right? In the military, I've eaten quite a bit of it. And maybe in the future, maybe I'll eat some more. I don't know. You'll never know. Maybe a lot of us are going to get involved in this insurrection. So, militias and all kind of crazy stuff. So I don't know, why she would just wait till that day. Do you? Right. So she gets a pension for life. Now she doesn't start to collect a pension until 62. All right. So just to be fair on that. And she also gets health care for life, right? She'll have to still pay into it to get, premium services and so forth. But yeah, she's not, that's a bullshit. How many of you out there worked like 20 plus years and retired? 5 friggin' years they get retirement. That's bullshit. Right? So, and of course, if they stay longer, they get more in their retirement, just like any one of us would. But their retirement is pretty substantial. Right? I've looked into it. They get quite a bit. Now, I'm going to read what this one Marine, who's I guess running for her district, Semper Fi, Marine Corps, go. All right. He's a candidate because she's not going to win. And I guess she was like, well, maybe I should run for Senate in Georgia. And GOP is like, and then she's like, maybe I should run for governor. And the GOP is like, and well, I'm not going to be reelected. She knows that. So bye-bye. Right. So she's going to resign. She's going to resign. Okay. So I couldn't figure out why Marjorie Taylor Greene chose January 5th, 2026 to resign. But y'all know me. I always dig because I'm a nerd. That date just happens to be 2 days after her congressional pension for life. Let me break it down. Members of Congress only need 5 years in office to lock in a lifetime federal pension paid for by us, right? Paid for by Georgians, or I guess for all of us. It's federal. MTG was sworn in January 3rd. 5 years later, January 3rd, and then 2 days after that is her golden parachute fully secured. So some of you guys that still are weeping because Marjorie Taylor Greene just resigned, look a little deeper. Right? And that that woman that is resigning, I'm not quite fond of him, whatever. Members of Congress are retired at age 62 with at least 5 years of service. And it goes into how much they make. Of course, it's going to be dependent upon how long they serve, but it looks like they're, at this point right here, they're getting around 45,000. All right. That's a lot more than I get every year for having served in the military at the levels that I did. for 24 years. How about that? Wow. All right. So just 5 years, and she makes more than I did, going into combat and all that stuff. So she also is going to get Social Security because she put into Social Security, civil service retirement, disability fund, all that stuff. So don't cry for Marjorie. Argentina. Right. Yes. So I get some other stuff in here. I said enough. I'm done. All right. So I'm done. Done. All right. So look at that sky back there. Isn't it beautiful? Here, I can put the blind up. So maybe we can get a little bit more of it before I go. All right, guys. You know the deal. Stay in the love vibration. Now, the love vibration is a frequency field, of course. And in that frequency field, you have that all-knowing that can come into you through the pineal gland, heart, brain, coherence. So don't get all pissed about all these people, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm like, typical bullshit. And working for the bad guys now, in my opinion, that was a plant, right? Just like those guys that infiltrate those drug gangs, those FBI agents. Whew. But for her, it wasn't a big deal, right? Unless she comes out and starts to try to do some seditious acts, maybe the people that are puppeting her will be like, okay, attack Trump more. Because she's already been attacking Trump. And Trump is like, what did you call her? Marjorie, Trader Marjorie Trader or something, Green. I don't know. So he was hammered pretty good. That's the way Trump does. When it's time for you to go bye-bye, he's going to hammer you. And then when you're gone, it's like, oh, hey. So, hey, you did good. Yeah. Go be with your family. Your family's going to love you. It's good. All right. So stay in love vibration. It's getting closer. It's getting closer to where we're going to see these knuckleheads get hammered. And I think that's going to be quite substantial. Did you listen to her full? Yeah, I did listen to her full announcement. And at first I was like, she made some pretty good points there. And then I started to like, don't fall for it. You know how they sucker you in. I was like, I'm not gonna fall for it. And then I started to do a little research because it's like, it didn't seem right. And then I started coming up on all the other stuff. And I'm sure there's a lot more, guys. I'm sure there's a lot more. Because she was saying, that she was calling Trump. She wasn't calling Trump. She was texting him. And he's like, she hasn't called me. And then she goes, see, President Trump says, and I never did call him. No, she was texting him. So little word games, And I know you ladies like to play those. Even Laura Loomer said, she's going to say she's resigning because she wants to be chased. All right. I don't think anybody's going to chase her. All right. Whatever. All right, guys. Lots of love. I could go on and on. Lots of love. Stay in love vibration. I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by Jim Manning on the anniversary of JFK assassination, which is actually tomorrow, right, Jim?
That's right, tomorrow. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, tomorrow.
62 years.
62?
Yep, 62
wow.
years.
Mm-hmm. That's amazing. So, you are an incredible researcher. We've done a lot of shows, and you've done a lot of interviews with James Files, who we know that was behind Picket Fence.
Yeah, James. I spent about 5 hours up in Lincoln, Illinois, filming. He came out with so much that he couldn't do before, because he always thought that if he admitted to anything else, that he would be arrested, because they would never be able to arrest him, because that would blow the Warren Commission out of the water, So he was able to get by with that. But since he's in hospice, he knows he doesn't have much time. And so he wanted to come out with everything. But like myself, it was only in recent history that I knew that he was a 28-year member of the Central Intelligence Agency. And he called in daily to David Atlee Phillips. And wherever David Atlee Phillips was, he got that call. If they needed him, David would tell him, go to the airport, there's tickets waiting for you. And if they didn't need him, he'd say, well, have a nice day. And his number, I believe, was 4214, close to that anyway. And he even had one of those black cards, didn't have anything on it, but it could be used all over the country and maybe the world by people that are deep and dark for medical assistance of any kind and transportation. And I don't know if he still has that card or not, but I heard he had one of those. You know, so many things that come out that make you realize that he was the real deal. Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. And you know, he's talked on our shows before where he was part of assassination teams. Former President Bush Sr., George H.W. Bush. So I've done a lot of research. I've had a lot of people on my show that said that he was not born in America. He was born in Germany, and his father was German, and their last name was Scherf, and they changed it to Bush when they came to America.
That's true. I believe
so
that.
You know
too,
about that too. Oh, good.
Yeah.
So, and of course, Jimmy Files was recruited by George H.W. Bush to be part of this assassin team, and that's where I know that Jimmy has gone way down that rabbit hole, talking about all of the things that he was involved in with this assassination squad. Now, when I was in the SEAL Team 6, we would get called up at a moment's notice, and we fly away. We were trained to incredible levels. You know, I've seen and talked to Jimmy, and he is of the same caliber and the same training as I had as a SEAL Team 6 guy, the very top. So he had the top training, and he was part of a military. We can't say he was part of the U.S. government, really, but he was part of another, I guess, a U.S. corporation, for better terms. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't have him on the screen.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead. It's a little bit of a gap.
Anyway. Today's problems, and one of the things that we are trying to do at this point in time is to make a connection with the oversight committee. You're back, Mike. You were off my screen for a while. I didn't know if you were off. Anyway, just filling in until you got back. Anyway, we are trying to get through to them, and we got a call back from them yesterday, and they want us to send up a request to, I guess, one of her assistants, asking to be able to testify before that committee ends its investigation. And I believe that it would be a good thing for the country, because everybody in the world's entitled to an opinion. And I never cared if somebody didn't like what my opinion was, but I think the whole idea of this country is that people tell what they want to say, and you accept it or you don't. But the idea that you won't even let competent people, the Warren Commission half-heartedly studied this thing for 6 months, and basically uh, the Alan Dulles could have written up this whole thing probably in 3 days himself. But anyway, they took 6 months, and I took 60 years. And it's amazing to me that with the 150 YouTubes that I've done, and all of the evidence that corroborated what I said is out there now on those YouTubes. And not one time as a newspaper columnist or a television news service. I mean, you wonder why nobody does anything, and it's because of the conspiracy theory thing. Everybody's a nut, and but I've done some recent research on the conspiracy things, and I came up with some FOIAs where the CIA had to give information to somebody that asked about the term conspiracy theory. And while it was actually invented in the 1800s by a philosopher named Popper, it sort of lied dormant for a long time. And probably it was Frank Wisner, one of the guys that started the CIA, who brought that back up again, because they kept looking at what Goebbels did with Hitler, which was to tell Hitler, you just keep saying what you want to say, keep saying it over and over and over again, and pretty soon everybody's going to believe it. And if you think about it, that happens a lot. And but in that FOIA, it said that there's it explained to the agents how to do that. And I'm gonna get a copy of that, and I'll send you one, Mike, too.
Okay.
And,
Great.
yeah. So we hope that we'll get an invite to go up there and just tell them what we know and show the evidence, and stay as long as they want, answer any questions. I told them that we would get sworn in, and that it's possible that if they wanted to, maybe Jim would even be included by computer, and he could get sworn in and answer all the questions that the people on the committee might have. And so I think that right now, with the situation the way it is in the country, there'll be a lot of heat on the president in the next month or two. And if he were to make an announcement relatively soon, actually tomorrow would be the best day, that there will be people coming up to that oversight committee who have another direction that they want to look at. And he might be the president who, after 62 years, brought out the truth. And that's the kind of thing that probably would help him, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if we can get Jim. Can you see if you can talk now?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Good. Okay. Well, that's great. I missed part of what you were saying because of our audio issue, but over the weekend, I went to my 45th college class reunion at the Citadel, and I met with Nancy Mace, Congresswoman, Republican from the 1st District of South Carolina. She's going to run for governor in South Carolina, and I'm going to support her. And we're hoping that I've got her Director of Operations contact, and I'm going to send him a package of material, including this podcast, and hope that, it'll also increase chances that we'll get an opportunity to speak to Congress about and get Jim and Pam to I guess by computer because of Jim's medical condition to testify before Congress. But to me, if they know about it and they're not willing to at least listen to what Jim has to say, who am I? I was 5 years old when Kennedy was assassinated, but I found about this information, from our previous calls when I was with the state police in Virginia, and tried to kind of make it public. And it just seems like at every corner, there's some kind of opposition that wants to, that doesn't even want to hear the story. That's the interesting thing. It's not like they say, okay, well, come on in and sit down and tell us what happened. And then they, I guess they don't want to spend the rest of the year feeding some kind of disinformation. The old motto, deny everything, admit nothing, and make counter accusations. So, when you broadcast the truth, then they've got to spend all this energy on, look what they did with Lee Harvey Oswald. They covered up all the physical evidence involving damage to the limo. They took the rifle. They took JFK's body. One of the things James Files, I talked to him day before yesterday at lunchtime, him and Pam, and he wanted me to make a point, and a lot of people don't understand this, but that in 1963, now think about this for a second, because I wanted to, make sure that that's Nancy Mace. She's a Republican conservative. She was the first woman to graduate from the Citadel, class of 1999, and she's running for governor in South Carolina. But she's a great person. She's the one, if you go on YouTube and put in her name, Nancy Mace, and Cheadle, the former director of the Secret Service after the attempted assassination of Butler, she's the one that ripped Cheadle in Congress during that interview when Cheadle gave all those BS answers. Oh, we'll have to get back with you. And she wasn't answering anything. And they all called for Cheadle's resignation. And I personally think the Secret Service was involved. I hate to say that, but I know they were involved in the JFK assassination, so why wouldn't they be involved in, but back to the point that James wanted me to make on, in 1963, and there's a lot of your audience members that are going to roll their eyes when they hear me say this, but in 1963, technically it was not against the law to kill the president. Let that sink in. In 1963, Texas police had the jurisdiction to investigate and prosecute that case. The Secret Service took all the evidence away from them, the car, the gun that they claimed, which was not really the gun used, but they took all this evidence and then made up this story over several months, the Warren Commission, and said it was Lee Harvey Oswald from behind. No court case, no testimony, no anything. And then all these other witnesses that saw, people that said, hey, I heard a gunshot from behind the picket fence on the grassy knoll. Like 40 or 50 people said that. But none of those people were interviewed by the Warren Commission. And if they were, their testimony was not included in the Warren Commission. So could Lee Harvey Oswald orchestrate that after his death? No. I mean, it just shows that the government was behind it all. But Jimmy wanted me to make the point that in 63, it was, elected officials of the president or whatever. There is now, ironically, it was Lyndon Johnson that was behind that. That picture that you just showed a second ago was a reenactment with James Files in 2020 of him standing behind the picket fence on the grassy knoll. That is a plastic Zytel Black XP 100 Remington stock. That did not have a barreled action. And at the time, he was a convicted felon, so he couldn't have a firearm, but he's posing for that photograph. You can see the briefcase on the ground that simulates, Kennedy. But that's a reenactment from about 8 to 10 feet from the corner of the picket fence where that makes a 90-degree corner. From that shot, it's about 29.3 yards. That flyer that you skipped over, if you go back, go these one at a time, and I'll talk through them real quickly. This is a flyer that, God bless her soul, Barbara Honegger put in the Dallas Morning News on Sunday morning. I think that would have been the 18th or 19th of November of 2023, and it showed in there that on November 21st, Tuesday, we were going to do this presentation at the Homewood Suites by Hilton in Dallas, and we did that to standing room only. Members of the news media and JFK researchers and everything. It took 5 hours, and everybody stayed the whole time. And then we had a get together on the Grassy Knoll, and James and Pam were selling their books on the Grassy Knoll, the 60th anniversary of the JFK assassination, and the news media wouldn't talk to him. Now, what does that tell you? So it's important that President Trump and Anna Paulina Luna, the representative from Florida, that if they really want to get to the bottom line, they need to have Jim Manning and myself and especially James Files testify before this committee. And they can discredit him all they want after they listen to him, but if they put it on national television and let him testify, by some kind of, by satellite from his home or from a hotel or something near where he lives, they could get the truth out there and then let the people decide, what it is. But if they don't let him testify, because he's one of the only people that I can think of other than Felix Rodriguez that was alive in 1963 that's still alive today. And not only was he an eyewitness, but he's the guy that pulled the trigger. So, you can read 10,000 books about the JFK assassination, but you won't really know what happened. And it's so compartmentalized. You know how that is in operations. Only the few people that were involved know the real truth about it. If you want to know the truth, you have to listen to the people that actually did it. But after he told the story, you could jump up and down, call him a liar if you want, but, the people need to hear his story. A lot of people believe him, and there's a handful that don't, and it's because these professional people that have tried to discredit him, like the story that came out tending to his daughter, Kathy, was being born in November of 63. Well, that's not true. That was a story to discredit, it was make counter accusations, right? His story that he was there. Kathy was born in 66, and Jimmy is really funny about it because he says, hey, because Kathy wasn't born until 66. So the story that's out there that he was in Chicago because his daughter was being born is just pure BS. And but some people will hear that one thing and go, oh yeah, see, he's lying, which I haven't ever heard him lie about anything. You want me to talk about these pictures real quick? I can't hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so I remember one time, I'm gonna have to mute you because it's strange. All right, so I remember one time Jimmy came on, he was talking about free falling and stuff like that, and as a free faller, high altitude, low opening type guy, I know how that works, and he was talking about that, a mission that he was on. So this picture right here is a B-54 Saddam. It's a backpack nuke. And this is obviously a guy free falling. So I was trained in all this. So all the stuff that I've heard Jimmy talk about over the years, it's like I said, he is trained to the highest levels of the military industrial complex's capabilities. And then he's told stories of how they would come get him. I've been called up. A helicopter came to get me one time. He talked about that. And I was, taken to a airport where there was a jet waiting. So that's only reserved for people on the highest levels. And so obviously he was at that level doing missions on that level. And we've talked about a lot of these missions. One of the things I want to get deeper into, and I know Jim Manning has a lot of this information, and it's been shared by Jimmy with us on a certain level, where he was involved with Ted Kennedy and the Chappaquiddick, incident, and he talked about that. and he gave detail that no one else could know. I mean, like they told him, you can't go and reveal this until we get on the ferry 2 hours from now and leave. And that's why there was a delay in him, reporting, Mary Jo Kopechne, I think that's her name. So all these different things he's talked about. Now, what I like to get deeper into, and one of the things that, we've been holding back on is, how he was involved in other missions and, as part of this assassin team. And maybe we can bring some of that out.
I can tell you about one. Most people are not familiar with how it works. You may be an employee of the CIA, in which case you get paid like everybody else does in a check. However, a lot, and maybe most of the people that do the dark work are what they call contractors, but they used to call them mercenaries, which Jim liked. And so he was that type of guy. He would be in Illinois and he'd be working along with his buddies in the outfit. And when he would call every day to David Atlee Phillips, and no matter where David Atlee Phillips was in the world, he got that call. And then he would have a signal with James that if he needed to go someplace, he would just tell him there's tickets at the airport at Midway. And if he didn't need anything, he would say, well, have a nice day. And Jim would report through getting to him that he was the Sandman. And he had, I think it was 4412 or something close to that. His number, he'll tell us when it comes on. And so that was one day they called him, and he had to go to Washington, D.C. And the problem was that there was a Soviet colonel, KGB colonel, that was stationed at the embassy there, had been there for a while. And he had the police got the CIA involved because he was a colonel in the KGB. And so he had roughed up a few street women after he had his way with them. And then some of them got pretty damaged. And so they were so damaged that they actually reported it. So the detectives ran down who it was. Then when they found out who it was, they brought the CIA in on it. Now, what they did was they set up a honey trap, and the honey trap was where they used a girl, and they used somebody that had done work for them, and that a lot of people who have followed these things in history know. She was the lady that ran money and information back and forth between Sam Giancana and Jack Kennedy. I'm going a little bit. What was that name again? Her name was Jim said, but she worked and the detectives found the bodies that they had found recently, and so he took her to a motel, and of course they were outside, and they were listening, and he started to beat her up pretty bad, and so that's why Jim was there. So Jim went in and got the girl out, and with that, he he was in the car. They had arrested this guy, and they had put him in the back of a car that they had. He was in cuffs, and he had a CIA agent on both sides of him. And Jim was in a jump seat facing them, and he was talking to the guy about we're going to turn you into a double spy. You're going to work for us now. And the guy was laughing at him and making insinuations that Jim didn't like. And he said, "You can't do nothing to me. I got immunity. I have diplomatic immunity." And he says, "We can't do nothing to you. We can't, blah, 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 do nothing to you." And he pulled out his 45, pulled it up, and 6 inches from his head, he shot him between the eyes. And unfortunately, that temper tantrum was a little hard for him to deal with David Atlee Phillips and his bosses. But anyway, that gives you an example of the kind of things that he did.
Yeah. So I know a lot of people would not survive that. In the CIA.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So he must have been very high up. They must have really loved him a lot. So, and that's why he's still alive, because he's always done a very good job.
Name of the girl came to me. Judith Exner. Judith Exner Campbell was in there somewhere too, but that's the name. And she was pretty famous for being a favorite of Jack Kennedy and both Sam Giancana. Anyway, Jim said she slept with a 45 under her pillow. So she must have been a tough girl.
No doubt. So there's many stories like that. I know that you, like you said, you talked to Jimmy for quite some time, and he revealed a lot of stuff. Now, he was hoping to reveal this stuff to some type of commission, and maybe that will still happen. We're hoping that will happen. So we've touched base with a lot of different people, but we know with this administration, I guess they have a lot on their plate, so they're being very choosy what they focus on, unfortunately. Yeah. But like you said, Jim Manning, that's it. Tomorrow would be a good time for them to go, okay, we're really going to open this can of worms on this. So that would be great. Now there's another one, and I'm gonna move over to Jim Scott. And Jim, you talked to me one time about. Hold on a sec. Before you unmute, Jim, let me say, and then I'll mute because it's a feedback. There you go. Thank you. So when you were telling me about the train incident, I think in an African country, South Africa or something, I forget where it was. Is that something that we can talk about? And then all of these different things, maybe when Jimmy comes on, he can verify. Go ahead.
Okay, so can you hear me okay? Okay, so what you're talking about is the Blue Train massacre in South Africa. And the Blue Train is a luxury train similar to the Orient Express. It's a very famous train. It is blue in color. You can look it up online. If anybody in the audience wants to look at it. There is a story online, if you can find it, about this. But if I remember correctly, Jimmy led a 14-man team, and they had their target was members of the government in South Africa, and basically the entire cabinet was going to ride the Blue Train from one point to another, and they infiltrated the train as passengers, and when it left one stop and was headed to another stop, whether it was some distance, where they had they had some time, they began assassinating the members of the train. And once the train got to the next stop, as the people got off the train, there was a team waiting for them there to ambush people getting off the train. And actually, witnesses to this said that they could tell that some of the gunmen in the team were Caucasians that were in blackface, that they were wearing makeup to look like blacks, and then others had like balaclavas on to cover their face and maybe makeup around their eyes, that kind of thing. But there was an explosive charge that derailed the train, and it went off the tracks down into a lower area off, like rolled off the tracks. And then the ambush continued, but virtually the entire cabinet of South Africa was murdered in that operation. That's called the Blue Train Massacre. Some of the other stuff, if you remember, Jim's history is 28 years doing on and off with the agency. He's worked, and in the agency, they, like when they talk about Central America, they call it the Central Hemisphere or the Southern Hemisphere, that kind of thing. So there was operations. There was a mission called the Dawson Island Raid down off the tip of South America. There's a small island called Dawson Island. One of the people incarcerated there was Orlando Letelier. He was basically kind of rescued from the prison and brought back to the United States. They turned him into like a double agent. And then he worked in the embassy of Chile in Washington for a while, but apparently was not performing the way they wanted him to. And after rescuing him at the prison at Dawson Island and putting him as a double agent in the embassy of Chile, he went to the Falcando Mining Company in the Dominican Republic and got apparently like a couple cases of 60% nitro dynamite, and he made 2 bombs out of that dynamite, and they had the same lot number. Now, he would be the only person other than that foreman that gave him the dynamite that would know that. And both bombs, the one that bombed Cubana flight, I think 455, it was a Cuban airliner that was blown up. And then the bombing on Embassy Row, I believe it was September of 1976, assassinated like a Chevy Malibu, I think. There was a couple other people in the vehicle with him, but the vehicle blew up and injured the other folks. Maybe killed, there were 3 people in the car, I think, in it. Ronnie Moffat or something like that, and maybe his girlfriend or wife or something. And it killed 2 of them, and 1 was injured, something like that. And but Orlando Letelier was killed, and it was right on Embassy Row, middle of the day, that kind of stuff. So Chappaquiddick, as you've alluded to, he's told us the story about what really happened there. Ted Kennedy drove. He was basically tricked to bring Mary Jo Kopechne down to the Dyke Bridge. When they got down there, they smothered Mary Jo Kopechne, put her in the back seat of that black Oldsmobile, and then Jimmy claims that he drove the car off the bridge into the tidal pool, and Ted Kennedy wasn't even in the car. So what's really ridiculous is when he gave the press conference a couple days later. You remember he was going to run for president in 72, and the CIA needed some way to control him. So he's basically became an accomplice to murder. The rumor was Mary Jo was pregnant by him. So they were doing him a favor by having him, having her go away. But the problem is he caused it. And so basically, when I was a Virginia State Trooper, he would have been charged with manslaughter and gotten 5 years in prison for killing somebody by driving recklessly. And everybody speculated that the long time before he reported the incident through his lawyer to law enforcement after he ran the car off, because they found the car in the tidal pool the next morning, and the sheriff's department was down there and everything, recovering the car, found the body and all that kind of stuff. But he didn't report it till well after that. But the reason why was because he needed to get Jimmy and the other 2 guys on the team, which was E. Howard Hunt and Frank Sturgis. He needed to get off the island, because the only way off the island was the ferry. And the only reason that he turned when he came up, if you research this and look at the map of Chappaquiddick, from the cabin or the cottage that they rented that had the party at, if you drive up to the T intersection, it's a left-hand turn to go to the ferry. But like at whatever it was, 11, 12 o'clock at night, I think the last run of the ferry was midnight or something like that. Ted Kennedy didn't turn left and go to the ferry. He turned right and went down to the Dyke Bridge to meet E. Howard Hunt, like he had been called and, told to do or whatever. So you take a young girl down to a dark one-lane bridge with no side protection in the middle of the night. That's kind of weird to begin with. But the thing is, there's no reason for him to drive in that direction and drive across that bridge, because all you do is go out to the beach. That's not a way to drive off the island. That's a dead-end road. So there's no reason, if he was going to the ferry to leave the island with Mary Jo, there's no reason for him to make the right turn and go to the bridge. But Mary Jo Kopechne was murdered. If you look on Wikipedia, it says right in there. And I think that they were involved with killing John F. Kennedy Jr. as well. There's rumors of an explosive device in his airplane. But he had no business flying that airplane in night IFR conditions because he wasn't IFR rated. But if you'll run your arrow again right there behind that disheveled-looking long-haired guy with his hands, which you can't really tell in the photograph, are bound by right behind Che Guevara, which was the Cuban, he was a revolutionary. That's James Files. And the picture of the guy standing to the left, which would be to Che Guevara's right, that's Felix Rodriguez. He's a famous CIA officer. And when he tells the story about this, he says that some Bolivian captain, well, he's wearing a Bolivian captain uniform. He's the one that did it. And after they killed Che, they drug him into the kitchen. Jimmy maybe will tell the story when he comes on at the turn of the hour. They cut Che's hand off. One was mailed to Fidel Castro, and the other one was mailed to the CIA Langley headquarters. And to this day, it's my understanding there's a glass jar with formaldehyde with Che Guevara's hand in it on the mantle at either Felix's house or at his little museum down there in Miami. This is a famous picture that was taken January 22nd, not November 22nd, but January 22nd, 1963, in the Luna Hotel in Mexico City. This is the only known photograph of the CIA's Operation 40 group, and it's only part of the guys that were on the crew. On the left side of the picture, bending over with a cigarette in his right hand, kind of laughing, is Felix Rodriguez. Now, in a previous show, I think I misspoke. The next guy is Porter Goss, and I said it was Barry Seal. I had him reversed. The guy with the glasses on is Porter Goss. He was the director of the CIA later under George W. Bush because his daddy, George H.W. Bush, told him to make Porter his, and he knew because they were, George H.W. Bush was the recruiter for Operation 40, and he recruited Jose Corrales Posada and Jimmy Files. At the time, his name was James Earl Sutton. But that third guy on the left side is Barry Seal, the pilot that was made famous in the movie American Made. It was a Tom Cruise movie, flying guns to Nicaragua and other places in Central America and flying loads of cocaine back into Mena, Arkansas. And the CIA connection there was Bill and Hillary Clinton. Across the table from Barry Seal, the third guy on the right side, is James Files. So if you've just seen a picture of James Files with Che Guevara and Felix Rodriguez, the other Operation 40 guy that's on the left side here, the first guy, you've seen a picture of him with Che Guevara in Central America, and you've seen a picture of him with the Operation 40 group in January of '63 in Mexico City. They were already planning to kill Kennedy. Who in the world would not believe Jimmy's story that he was part of the CIA assassination group? I mean, how in the hell can he That's not photoshopped. It's, I mean, I don't care who you are. People say, oh, that's not him. It is him. Okay. Felix Rodriguez is still alive, and he did a lot of stuff, in service as the CIA as well. A lot of dirty black ops, right? And they
Right.
do
So
it to,
let me jump over to
go ahead.
Jim Manning and ask him. There's a reason why Jimmy Files and all these other assassins, Assassin 40 group, and probably more, later in time, were taking down all of these governments like that. And it's the same as when they took JFK down. They're controlling governments around the world. So the Schur family, Nazi family, eventually would get to the point where he's the head of the CIA, George H.W. Bush, and then the president of the United States. So this is obviously a compromise of our country on a massive level. And I know, Jim, you have done such incredible research. Your whole life you've been involved in this. Tell us your thoughts on what is going on.
Well, the deep state, and nobody knows exactly what the deep state is, but I believe that the group that they had a bank. There was a number of people's names that you would recognize that were part of this bank. In fact, J. Edgar Hoover closed down the bank right before or right after they started World War II, when we got in it. But they were, that bank was handling all of Germany's money in this country. And they were also giving money, loaning money to people that were furnishing firearms and making, necessary things for they to build up the Third Reich. And so anyway, the Dulles brothers worked in a law firm in New York, and they were very close with Prescott Bush and other people that were just right before HW. And anyway, and so it was no surprise to a lot of people that they had a very strong leaning towards Germany. And what happened was, Dulles brothers were the ones who said, I'm going to be a president this time. That we could start something with him that we might not be able to start with whoever's next. And so they came up with starting the National Security Act, or that was the name of it, I think. But anyway, so they convinced Truman that the world's a different place now, Mr. Truman, because after the Second World War, even though we won, communism is on the march. And I believe it was his brother, John Foster Dulles, who was the Secretary of State, who coined the phrase domino theory. And they convinced Truman that what would happen is we'd lose Vietnam, for example, then Laos, then Cambodia, and so forth, and then the same thing in Central America. And so he said, there are times when we will actually have to kill people. And that was called executive action. And they convinced him that he had to approve that, and he did. Well, that was the first part of the plan. The second part of the plan was now we have to not be able to tell people that we did it. we had did it or what we were going to do it. And that was plausible deniability. So they went back to Truman and they talked to him about it and tried to convince him. And he said, no, absolutely not. And then they left. And sometime very close to that time, Allen Dulles, told the Congress that Truman had approved it. And so they passed that particular article. And Truman was so upset that he wrote a stinging letter, a real stinging letter in the Washington Post. But the Washington Post has always been part of the CIA. The Grahams, they owned the Washington Post. And the husband was a big drinker, but Catherine Graham was a real business person, and she was an actual CIA agent. And also, they hired Ben Bradley. And Ben Bradley had been in intelligence before and some journalism. And so they hired him as the editor of the Washington Post. Now, he was such a connection to the CIA that he knew his sister-in-law was going to be murdered. And her name, her Mary Pinchon Myers, whose husband was a one of the top CIA agents, and that had gotten divorced, and Mary was finally became a paramour of John Kennedy. In that month before he died, his wife was on a sojourn of some type, gone for most of the month, and he was visited by Mary Pinchon Myers. In 16 days that month. Used to have coffee cliches with people that she had been friends with for years, wives of CIA people. And at those little get-togethers, she talked a lot. And at one of those